to Talking with Famous People. My name's host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And we're having a lovely little stream today. Why? Well, I'm feeling a little anxious about my upcoming dental surgery. Rachel's asleep. I didn't sleep well last night, but I unable to go back to sleep. Accordingly, I decided to start live streaming to discuss matters of the day. I could do a couple of chores, a couple little activities here that would be worthwhile doing, but I'm not even sure if I'm going to do that. I don't expect Rachel up till fairly late today. I don't think she slept much at all last night either. So, I'm prepared to get a little bit of football on in the background here. But one never knows what one's going to end up doing until one does it, of course. And if it's one of those streams where bounce back and forth between 1, 2 people here or something, then I'll probably wrap it up pretty quick. So, found out something interesting yesterday, maybe it was the day before, which I thought I'd share with anybody who's here. So it turns out Tuts was Jeff Shaw, after all. Just goes to show you can take the Jeff Shaw out of the name, but you can't take the name out of the Jeff Shaw. Kaleidoscopic void. Hello. Dullest. Blub, 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 indeed. It's a lovely little stream. I've got... Oh. What I got died, spider? Get out of here. Go on. It's just hanging there. Texas Tech versus BYU is on football wise. Anyway, so yeah, it turned out that Tuts was Jeff Shaw. And that's why he seemed exactly like Jeff Shaw. It was nice of him to come clean eventually, I guess, but in the process, he thanks, Jonathan Carpenter. I appreciate it. Well, I didn't really guess that because I haven't seen him around in a long time, and so I thought he was more or less faded into the past. But he outed himself not just for being. Thanks, Jonathan Carpenter. Regardless of whether you say anything, I appreciate your presence and helpfulness. Didn't like very much. I think Fly Guy also got under his skin. As apparently do I. I cannot quite put myself in his mindset though. Like he spent so much time just trying to negate me without any like good justifications or anything, Just like saying Eric needs to learn this enigmatic thing. I can't conceive of spending that much time doing nothing. Hi, and other times. I mean, I can conceive of spending a lot of time doing nothing, but not that kind of nothing. I can't imagine saying that many words and never saying anything. Especially if I get high, which I'm not right now, rarely these days. Yeah, I'm living pretty drug free right now, too. Tomorrow, Rachel and I are going to have to go check into the hotel down in Course Gold. And hortatives? What are hortatives? Never heard that word before. Yeah, nothing but empty stuff, right? It's like he never actually says anything. And when you do get him to say something, he says something incredibly yeah. Like very much not wanting to answer any questions. I don't even think he's that's his dessert Tilly. I'm doing the jerk for Kirk challenge. Oh well, good for you, Ultrix. You use my face for that all you want. What you do in your privacy of your home is not my concern. You also needn't share it with us. Well, regardless of all that, Jonathan Carpenter, I hope that you find it soothing slash comforting to hear me streaming. I know I do for certain YouTubers for sure. When I'm feeling stressed out, like I like to watch Walk With Me Tim. Anybody here watch Walk With Me Tim? He's a pretty famous YouTuber. He's got over 1 million subs. And he just goes to hotels, gives you a little tour of the room. Very pleasant. Wow, yes, Fly Guy did manage to get him to touch the skin. I'm a lot less interested or willing to to do battle pointlessly, endlessly when I'm not on amphetamines. I remember when we went to different schools together. Yeah, I mean that's saying something without saying anything, sort of. But a real way to say something without saying anything is like, you know, uh, Eric, you could be really good at this once you learn a few things. That's saying anything. We are Charlie Kirk. Okay, well, it's fine for you to honor his name and everything, but we're not into the politics of outrage around here, regardless of the side. Are you famous? No. I'd like to be, though. Would you make me famous, Bengals fan 63? Perhaps you're the editor of the New York Times. Do a front page article on me. Eric, why he should be more famous. Wouldn't that be a great article for the New York Times? A person who used to get me high because they get very gullible off of stuff. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, and Mr. Malmsteen was a great guy. You know, he was really a nice guy, and I appreciated his positivity and stuff. You know. I'm sorry to hear that, Jonathan Carpenter. I hate to hear of anybody being exploited or taken advantage of. Well, I guess I'll smoke some bong rips. No, it's fine, Jonathan Carpenter. We're all just talking about being human and the difficulties entailed and such. You know, I've got a lot of stress going on right now because I'm worried about this dental surgery I got coming up most of all. But I'm also a little stressed about my car. Although I'm not as stressed as I was like a week ago or something. I realized I had made a rather substantial miscalculation and was substantially less cause to be stressed out about money stuff than I was a week or two ago. That was a happy miscalculation to have caught. Hi, Cameron. Old people do not know how to lighten up and have fun and just enjoy life. I mean, the thing is, all tricks. It's a lot easier to lighten up, enjoy life, and have fun when you don't have a lot of responsibilities, people you love to make sure that they're okay long term, etc. But regardless, I do have fun and enjoy life as much as I can. Probably more than I should. For example, right now I'm watching football live streaming, and pulling bong rips. What's wrong with the car? It needs a valve job. It's a massive problem. Oral surgery, do you fear it or is it just annoyance? Well, what I'm concerned about is the dentist I'm now going to does sedation dentistry, so I'm going to be sedated for the process, and not totally knocked out, not like full anesthesia, but still. Well, I'm having more fun than I was before I started that. Officer Balls is here, reporting for duty. Well, good for you, Officer Balls. Am I having fun right now? I'm not hating life. All right, talk to you later. Yeah, well, you know, it's obviously going to be really expensive, but, and I'm currently renting a car. Thanks, Jonathan Carpenter. I'm praying to have a good surgery too. Oh, he missed it. He missed that field goal. My wife does that low level sedation. It's fine. She's done a bunch of times. Won't do dental work without it. Yeah, well, I mean, my concern is it's supposed to be a fairly long process here. About I'm going to be in there for like 6 hours. That seems like a long time to be sedated. It's going to be an expensive car to maintain. You mean after I get the valve job done? Well, I mean, it's got 150,000 miles on it, so it's not shocking that it needs some substantial work. It still seems to me it's a better idea than getting a different car. You know, maybe I could sell the existing car for salvage or something. But generally, people aren't going to buy a car that needs a valve job. And well, they're doing a bunch of stuff all at once, right? They're pulling out the remaining teeth up top. They're doing bone grafts in my top jaw, and they're putting in implants, the 4 implants that they need to put in for the 4-in-1. It's called, or all in four, I think is what it's called. It's a fixed top implant denture. Even if it costs a few grand, you need the car. It works good at doing the other than those bitch ass valves. Yeah, well, exactly. So, it additionally costs like 10 days worth of rental car because I have to have a car in the interim. Like, this shit happened. The timing was pretty good, but it happened less than a week before my dental surgery. I had time I was able to drive down to Merced, no problem, get to the shop, rent the car, etc. But obviously, having just spent almost $30,000 on the dental stuff, uh, you know, it's like, ouch. Well, like I said, this car's got 150,000 miles on it, so it's it doesn't really have much value, Fly Guy. It's like, even if it were working perfectly, it would be worth 10 grand. And I'm not going to get anything any better for that amount of money, you know? So, like, let's say I end up putting 5 grand into it to repair it, plus the rental car, which is what it's looking like it's going to be. Um, it's still, if assuming it, it has a new lease on life, then, you know, that's the cheapest way of accomplishing my transportation needs. Plus, it's generally a good car for up here. I drive a lot of windy mountain roads. It's nice to have a stick shift so I don't burn through brakes. And it hugs the road really well. Like, I'm currently driving this rental car. It's a Mitsubishi Mirage. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of this car before. I'd never heard of it until I rented it to this time. But it doesn't hug the road nearly as well as the Mini Cooper. And it's not a big car or anything. It's a small car, but hello, Johnny Doe. How you doing? I'm renting a lawnmower. I'm renting the cheapest car I could rent. You know, it's and you got to remember that if we were talking about getting a different car for the same amount of money it's going to cost me to fix the Mini, well, I'd be lucky to get a Mitsubishi Mirage. I wouldn't even be able to get it. I'd have to get an old Mitsubishi Mirage. So we're just gonna fix the Mini and hope for the best. And you would not feel safe on the highway with a Mitsubishi Mirage? Oh, it's fine. I'm grounded. Does that mean that you... Random douche in a lifted truck gonna rear end me? Well, I hope that doesn't happen. Anyway, the Mini Cooper and I have been through a lot, and I'm fond of the car, you know, and so I'm gonna try to keep that car. I have a rental car, yeah, Jeremiah fix. I'm currently driving a Mitsubishi Mirage while my car's in the shop. You guys want to look at it? You want to see the hottest Mirage you're ever gonna see? The one thing about this car is it blends into a parking lot it's got excellent camouflage or something. I always go to the wrong car first. Here it is. Oh yeah. No, that's not real what you're seeing. This is a Mirage. Okay? Yeah. It's a Mirage G4. It's not the regular Mirage. It's also the black edition. So it's a pretty special Mirage, as you can see. Is it unlocked? Yeah. Yeah. Everything you see here is just a Mirage. Take these copies out. Throw them away. It's funny, I take much better care of the rental car than I take of my own car. I'm always tossing trash in the backseat of my own car, but not the rental car. I don't want to get charged any cleaning bill, you know. No, it's not a new car, it's a rental. I have to get a rental because my car's in the shop. Yeah, I guess it is a small four-door. It's got a little trunk. Which reminds me, where did I leave the... I bought a blender because I'm going to not be able to really chew anything for a while. Did I put that in the trunk or did I put it in the back seat? It's in the back seat. No, I'm just getting my car fixed. And as far as the rental goes, I'm just renting the cheapest car they have. I have no reason to get a fancy car. Especially when I have to be renting it for like 2 weeks. No, I need a valve job. You have to pay more insurance and gas and they're more dangerous, etc. What's more dangerous? So far I've used about half a tank of gas in the truck. Yeah. But a half tank gas in the Mirage. One nice thing about driving the Mirage is that when I do fill it up with gas before I return it, I can put in 87 gas. My car requires 91 gas. I am on vacation break. Made squash potatoes, mung beans, and cabbage dishes this morning. Cooking frenzy. Okay. Potatoes are fine. The rest of that stuff, mung beans, I don't even know what that is. Squash is gross. Cabbage can be okay, depending on how you make it. Eric is very truck enthusiastic. However, he does like what he calls his little wilderness car. You may say not very truck enthusiastic. I do like my little wilderness car. It's a good little wilderness car. I do drive it around sometimes. I use it periodically. Mung is a swear in British. Is it? Like, don't touch that. That's mung. It's kind of like lentils. It looks like gray cat puke and tastes delicious. Oh, kind of like split pea soup. Split pea soup also looks like green cat puke. Well, those British people, they say things differently. Yeah, just like split pea soup. You ever been to Split Pea Anderson's? Anybody here ever been to Split Pea Anderson's? It may just be in California. I'm not sure if it's in any other states, but it's a restaurant that specializes in split pea soup. Anybody? Anybody ever been to Split Pea Anderson? I have. But it's probably just a California thing. There's a couple of them in California. There used to be more, I think, but if Winston's mom were here, she'd Google it and give us all the information on Split Pea Anderson. Well, we're outside. I locked myself out of the house the other day, so I had to get. Fortunately, I didn't lock myself out of the garage. I was able to climb up there onto the roof. Time to put this back, really. None of them lousy whole peas. Yeah, nobody wants whole pea soup. It's too much of the pea. Do you think Snickers would sell less well if their motto were packed with legumes? Snickers really satisfies. Hi, kitty. Hi. I forget whose cat this is. I think it's not the neighbor's cat. I thought it was the neighbor's cat, but it's not. Thanks, Dallas. It is lovely outside. If only I had a better relationship with my feelings. I'm like a newborn baby. If I'm not happy, I'm distressed and confused. So anyway, this kitty has been come up to me and like rubbed up against me before, so it's not totally a stranger, but it still has some hesitancy, I guess. Hello, come here. Come here and say hello to me. Yes, you're a good kitty. Anderson split pea soup. This is a famous century-old California landmark style soup brand and restaurant, though some locations have closed. Oh, it's just in California, huh? Noun, green gram, a kind of legume grown for food in British Isles, called also gram, mung beans, Chinese mung beans, and green-seeded mung beans. Jeremiah Fix is known for its smooth, creamy texture and ample ingredients, often including carrots, celery, onion powder, and spices. And it's low in fat with no MSG or artificial ingredients. Wow, doesn't that sound like some good pea soup? I guess I call it split pea Andersons because that's what the billboard looks like. It says like split pea and it says Andersons underneath it. They're terrific, but the look puts people off. Huh. Does it look like it's called mung? That would make sense then. It's not that cold outside, really. But because I've got a lighter jacket on, I went for the hat. I could have gone with a heavier jacket and no hat too, and it would have been fine. I put out sunflower seeds for the wilderness friends this morning. I don't know if they've already come and gotten them. I've been putting them out more irregularly lately, so they may just not have been waiting for them. Maybe they thought the seeds, like my rental car, were a mirage. That's possible. Maybe they got confused by the rental car, and its miragey ways. Now I really want to verify that that's why I call it split pea Andersons. Why do I call it split pea Andersons when it's called Anderson split pea soup? I think it's for the reason I articulated, but I could be wrong about that. I could just call it that for no reason at all. Let me look up split pea Anderson's billboard. Okay, well, here's why. This must be why I call it split pea Andersons. Here's here's an example. This one doesn't say split pea Andersons, but it does say pea soup Andersons. So that's probably why I call it split pea Andersons. This is exhausting. How does his mom do this? With her fingers. She's probably not on her phone, too, I'm guessing. So I can find pea soup Andersons and Anderson's home of split pea soup, but I can't actually find one that says split pea Andersons. So I guess I split the difference. I saw pea soup Andersons and I saw Anderson's split pea, and I made it split pea Andersons. Split pea soup is named after the main ingredient used in the recipe, which is split peas. The dish became popular at Pea Soup Anderson's restaurant, where it was famously served and contributed to the establishment's identity. Huh. So is Split Pea Anderson's making the claim that they made split pea soup famous? I'm gonna ask Gemini. Did pea soup Anderson's make pea soup famous? Yes, pea soup Anderson's didn't invent pea soup, but they made it incredibly famous as a roadside icon in California, especially, it says. The soup's success forced them to order tons of peas, leading Anson to display sacks in the window of the sign, the home of split pea soup. In 1930s, Robert, their son, nicknamed Pea Soup Anderson, used highway billboards and cartoon chefs to draw travelers, turning it into a landmark. No gas, just pea soup. During World War II gas rationings, a legendary sign highlighted the challenge and cemented its unique status. Yes, Dulles, you are. You are Anderson. Hello, what does this all mean? I'm doing all right, not too bad. I'm having a happier time of it since I started this live stream. It's been pleasant, good for my emotional well being to chat with people a bit and discuss important topics like Pea Soup Anderson's, aka Anderson's Pea Soup, aka Split Pea Anderson's. But I don't think really people outside of California have even heard of it, have they? Had you guys ever heard of Split Pea Anderson's before today? No, I have it done on Monday. What does this all mean? I've got a lot of anxiety about it, but hopefully all will go well and it'll be fine. You just heard of Anderson Windows. I've also heard of Anderson Windows. Apparently, they went into the window business after they failed making an imitation brand of Anderson's Pea Soup. They said, let's go into the window business now. Looks like Texas Tech is going to take the Big 12 championship game, earn the automatic berth to the 12-team playoff. BYU's probably out with 2 losses. There's still time. It's 21-7. Texas Tech has the ball, but it's still a minute left in the third quarter, so BYU could come back. It just doesn't look like they don't look like the better team. The things you learn in live streams. Thank you, Fly Guy, for the hashtags. Appreciate it. Yeah, I learned some interesting things in YouTube videos too. Like, did you know that Venus flytraps don't actually have to eat bugs? They can survive just fine on their roots and stuff. But if they do eat an occasional bug, it helps them to thrive. Who knew, right? Who knew? You've not had any hashish in a long time? Well, that'll make it extra sumptuous once you do. They're hard to keep alive, Venus flytraps? Oh, I didn't know that. I want to talk to you also about something interesting I learned the other day. About Blade Runner. So you probably know that Blade Runner is based on a book called Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. But they took the name Blade Runner from a different book called Blade Runner. It was a science fiction book that predated Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, I believe. But what happened before the actual Blade Runner movie came out is that William Burroughs wrote a book called Blade Runner, a movie, that is a perspective film treatment of the first book called Blade Runner that was unrelated to Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Isn't that interesting? I had no idea, right? So William Burroughs has a book called Blade Runner, a movie. that had nothing to do with the Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. It was based on the novel that was originally called Blade Runner, which was a totally different book and unrelated, but they just liked that title, right? So they took it for this. I mean, I don't know if it's coincidental or not, but it's true. I'll show you this here. You'll see that this is a 1979 novella by William Burroughs called Blade Runner, a movie. And it has nothing to do with Blade Runner, the movie. No, he proceeded. He ripped it off first. I mean, he wasn't even ripping anything off. He was doing a film treatment of the book that was called Blade Runner. You've got Ice Strain, seemingly is skunk number one in Northern Lights, and Shield, very nice. That was good. So things you learn on YouTube channels. I learned that on this channel called Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities. I don't know if anybody else has ever watched that. He's a very nerdy guy who does very interesting videos on things. But, talk about a disambiguation like problem to deal with, right? This reminds me of Lion King and Kimba the White Lion, or Ant and a Bug's Life. Oh, do those things happen incidentally to one another, but they seem like they must have influenced one another? So in this book by William Burroughs, which is based on a previous book, right? Blade Runner refers to a smuggler of medical supplies, e.g., scalpels. It says here. I just read that off of the Wikipedia article. So that's a fun fact you could share at your holiday parties with friends and family. No, thank you, G. Like, for example, no, G. Just no. It's like I can cut shorts from vertical live streams. I cannot cut shorts from horizontal ones. As I learned trying to cut shorts from my long form videos, it doesn't cut them into shorts, it cuts them into just shorter videos, shorter long form videos. So, yeah, well, thanks, G. Thanks for pointing that out. I actually picked up a few subs from some shorts I put up recently. Obviously, live streaming doesn't benefit the channel, but it benefits the channel in the sense that it's what the channel really is this community of people that are maybe not growing, but nevertheless is, I think we are equally well served, hopefully, by the process of spending time together. It's good for my mental health, that's for sure. Hopefully it's good for yours as well. Well, that's what we're going to see over Eric's shoulder if we go widescreen. Yeah, you can see some couch, some wall. Another thing I learned about from Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities are these things called shipworms, which are actually not worms, but are a huge problem for anybody trying to build anything out of wood that goes in the ocean, be it a wooden ship or like those big logs they put a pier on top of. Anyway, there's a fascinating video he made about these multiple mass collapses of built out like piers and stuff in San Francisco Bay time and time again, and they couldn't figure out a solution to it. I guess concrete ones have their own problems. But these worms, which are not worms but little clams, little miniature clams, they eat wood, and once you get them onto your wood, whatever, it's toast. Those worms will eat the shit out of it. They're like ocean termites. Never heard of anything like that before, but I heard about it that day. We aren't growing, but we aren't regressing either. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. And regardless of the performance of the live stream, I do believe that I get a totally fair shot in my uploads, be they shorts or long form videos from YouTube. I wonder what they treat the wood with. Ah, good question. It's called creosote. they treat it with creosote, which is a method of blasting tar into the wood at like high pressure, and that delays the worms getting in there. It waterproofs the wood as well, but it wears off after a while. And how long we've been doing it? Since around the turn of the century. Thanks to his Cabinet of Curiosities and SI. Yeah, they cover telephone poles with it sometimes too. I didn't know that, but it makes sense. The poles around here are not covered with creosote. I'm looking at a telephone pole right now. It just looks like it's plain wood. Anyway, it turns out that the solution that they figured out doing this big, expansive study in which they put a lot of different funds from a lot of different places into, they said that the best thing to do is creosote treated Douglas fir. And that's still the best thing today. They haven't figured it out any further than that. So isn't that interesting? The technology they figured out sometime like in the 20s or something, that's still the best we have. Douglas fir treated with creosote is the most resistant to shipworms, which are not obviously a problem so much anymore on ships because most ships aren't made out of wood, but they're still called shipworms. There's a science name for them, obviously, as well. Hi, Acacia. Do you have a problem with shipworms? Acacia, a lot of people don't know this, has a wooden leg from her time at sea. And I know that in the past it's been subject to shipworm infestations. Have you figured that out, Acacia? I've met Acacia in life, so I know about her wooden leg, but a lot of people wouldn't know. I hope it's okay that I'm telling people about it, Acacia. It was bitten off by some kind of sea creature. Yeah, well, I remember when she was here, we all spent time pulling shipworms out of her wooden leg. And, she was a little embarrassed at first, but she claimed she could feel the relief as the shipworms were being pulled out of her wooden leg, that she had sympathetic feeling in her wooden leg at this point. I attribute that to the shipworms. Yeah, spread awareness is right. You gotta watch out for those things. I one time, just to see how it worked, I downloaded this stupid game from Netflix called like like Too Hot to Trot or something. I don't know. It was a dating game, but it was so woke that everybody in the game had something wrong with them. Like the first girl that I dated in the game, she was blind. She was blind. Some of them had artificial limbs, an eye patch. How woke is that? I will use my dark sorcerer powers to summon a Carrington solar flare. A Carrington solar flare. Is that gonna kill the shipworms? Is that what you're saying? Well, now Texas Tech is up 24-7. Let's see if there's a better game on. That one's 23-6. That's not better. Let me look on ESPN. Oh, he wants to see the Aurora Borealis. You're not allowed to see that in India, G. It's forbidden. By the sky. There's a game I want to watch at 3 o'clock. That'll be good. But right now, it doesn't seem like there are any good games on. There's only championship games on this week. The SEC championship game comes on at 1 o'clock, and the Big Ten championship comes on at 5 o'clock. I've got to work at 7. The other thing is, though, at 5 o'clock, the women's basketball game comes on. And I'm very interested in watching that because at 6-2, USC has only lost to South Carolina and Notre Dame. Washington is ranked 21st, USC 16. Washington is undefeated, though. The Carrington event was a massive solar storm that occurred in September 1859, caused by a coronal mass ejection from the sun. It resulted in widespread disruptions to telegraph systems and spectacular auroras visible at unusually low latitudes. But India was expressly forbidden from seeing the aurora borealis. So even if you were in the most northern part of India, today is the 6th. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah. I am so stoned I cannot concentrate. Oh, that's fine. You don't need to concentrate. Concentrating's overrated. I don't really want any coronal mass ejection events right now. I'm in the middle of live streaming. Plus, I don't want to have to buy all new electronic stuff. That would suck. Am I right or am I right or am I right? What movie is that from? Does anybody know? Can anybody tell me what movie that's from? Am I right or am I right or am I right? What movie is that from? That's your trivia question today. Speaking of movies, I recently saw for the first time Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, or Alone in New York, or something. Anyway, it was all right. There were some funny parts, some good parts. Yeah, we don't want to trigger any death flags. You're right about that, Acacia. Um, but from what I understand, you can feel when a coronal mass ejection event is coming in your wooden leg. Have you watched any more from BBC Archives? I did watch a one from the BBC Archives about a double-decker bus that was filled with clothes that drove around and sold clothes to ladies so they didn't have to go into town to buy them. Kind of like, I guess, you know, pre-internet shop comes to you kind of a thing. I watched that one about the guy who stayed on the island for 2 weeks. It was like maybe the first of the genre of Survivor Man kind of stuff. He went and survived on an island. Uh, right, the worm charming. Well, the truth is, what they should call that competition is a worm terrifying competition. They're not charming them, they're scaring them. And is that very nice? Let's scare the worms. Is that a good thing to do? I'm not so sure. If they called it that, maybe people wouldn't be so enthusiastic about it. A worm terrorizing competition. It's one of those things that probably in the future people will be appalled by, like goose pulling. There used to be an event called goose pulling where people would tie a goose upside down on like a branch or something, and then take turns riding their horse underneath it and try to pull its head off. What a strange thing to conceivably do, right? Like, why are you doing that? Lacking in digital media, obviously. Yeah, charming. You know what cartoon I like a lot? I'm looking forward to the new episode. I'm not sure when it comes out. Is I want to be a common writer. So I've looked it up since I started watching it. There's this show that exists in Japan called Common Writer, and oh, let this green soul retires to come out. That's good. Is Common Writer come out today? Yeah. Tojima wants to be a common writer. That's what it's called. Tojima wants to be a common writer. And the thing is, not a comment writer. No, Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider. Common writer. I'll type it in here. The show is called Tojima Wants to Be a Common Writer. Well, he really what Common Writer is. I looked it up. It's the original proto Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but it features this one guy who transforms, and when he transforms it into a costume, it's like started in 1971 as a live action show, and it's been running in various incarnations ever since in Japan. I'd never heard of it, but this cartoon is about some adults who grew up watching that show and and live out pretending to be the characters in it, even though they're adults. And it's fantastic. It's really fantastic. I highly recommend it. I love the drawing style on it too. The way they do the way they do the blushes on the people's cheeks, because you know how in Japan apparently everybody's constantly blushing. My watch list. Let me see if I can. There, Tojima wants to be a comic writer. All right, I'm gonna go back to episode 9. so I can show you some of these fantastic cheeks. You're gonna really like this, I tell you. In general, the art in this is fantastic. I'm not hugely a big care about how things are drawn, but this really does a fantastic job of the drawing stuff. It's got a lot of style to it, you know. Okay, here. This is how they do the blushing in this cartoon. Like a baboon butt, you know. Those are fantastic cheeks. I missed the stopping spot when they both had their cheeks going. Anyway, it's a fantastic cartoon. It's a cartoon that I and everyone else should highly recommend and do. I don't know if everyone else does. Have you ever watched Dry Creek Ranger? No, I've never watched Dry Creek Ranger. Never heard of it. Maybe Moomin Rider is the inspiration for Tajima. No, it's called Kamen Rider. Like the actual show is. This cartoon is just the latest in a super long franchise history, starting in 1971. From 1971 to present. And but this cartoon is based on like the early versions of the show. And even though the characters in the show, the adults are like 40, 20, in their late 20s. But obviously, whoever made this up, probably the author of this cartoon, I would guess is about 10 years older than me, maybe 5 years older than me, based on just the history of it and stuff. They don't actually. That's the in this cartoon. There's no motorcycle. One of them rides a bicycle. It's kind of a comedy, but it's also exciting. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, in its original incarnation, it was like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It was a live action show. Although I think actually in its original, it was a manga, but it went straight from manga to live action and never went to anime. I mean, now it's an anime, but it didn't go to anime between manga and live action like you might expect. I've already had so much coffee today. Why am I having more coffee? Kamen Rider don't need to ride vehicles. That's why you don't see the Superman in a vehicle. So now in this cartoon, the guy who claims to be Kamen Rider version 1, he just puts on like a mask of the Kamen Rider version 1 guy that just has a string attached to the back of it. The guy who claims to be Kamen Rider version 3, he doesn't even have any costume at all, but he claims to transform anyway. And the other, like Kamen Rider 1 and Tackle Wave, Human Tackle Electro Wave, um, Human Electro Wave Tackle, I think is her name. Tackle, but they normally refer to her as. Anyway, they can see like a vision of what the person is pretending to be. Oh, you're saying One Punch Man is a parody of Kamen Rider? Oh, that might be the case. I don't know about that. I don't know. But there's a lot of stuff in the show that I'm watching that are references that I understand are references, but I don't get per se. Like, there's another character, and they do some background information for you too. Hi, Carlos Paiva. We're talking about Kamen Rider at the moment. The one who most has like invested in her costume is Human Electro Wave Tackle. She like has the little dress that the girl wears, and she's got kind of like a brass bra, kind of Wonder Woman kind of top on. Which she changes into, with little regard for where and who sees her. So I highly recommend it. What's something else I learned recently on YouTube? I've learned some interesting things. I don't remember. There's something else I wanted specifically trying to remember, but there's a parody of Saitama in Invincible Two Punch Man. Invincible Two Punch Man? I've never heard of that. That's a cartoon? Or is it a One Punch Man movie? Hi, Capillo. Today's Saturday. Trash comes this Monday. That didn't sound like a gunshot. That sounded like somebody's slapping lumber down on lumber. Really? Invincible Two Punch Man is on Amazon Prime, huh? I don't like watching things on Amazon. I like watching things on YouTube. I think Rachel and I, at some point today, will probably rent and watch Home Alone 1. We did Home Alone 2 yesterday. We also watched this incredibly terrible movie called Christmas in Scotland. Oh my God. It was the worst movie I've seen in a long, long time. Well, I tapped it out. We watched the whole thing. YouTube's got the best viewer interface, by far. You can speed up the speed more, etc. you can use like forward and back a little bit, and it doesn't lag or have problems. YouTube's the best interface. YouTube's the best in general. I like YouTube a lot. I like it a lot in every way. I like it as a creator. I like it as a viewer. It's by far my most used medium of thing. I use YouTube to listen to music. I use YouTube to watch all different kinds of videos. I use YouTube TV for my live sports. And I love how my HBO Max subscription just automatically coordinates with YouTube and makes available to me everything on HBO Max in the same interface as everything else, you know? Google in general is the best. Google does an amazing job of being the de facto government of the internet. Is Black Clover any good? Yeah, I watched it twice. At first, I didn't like it because the main character is so loud and annoying at first. He kind of chills out a little bit way into it, and he's less loud and annoying. But the story gets really good, and it's exciting, and it was good enough for me to watch the whole thing twice. Which, things don't have to be great for me to watch the whole thing twice, because if I'm in the mood for cartoons, and I don't have anything new to watch, then I'll find something I watched a long time ago and don't really remember, and I'll watch it again. I did watch all of One Punch Man. That was good. It was entertaining. I liked how the way he got that strong was just by like regular working out. He didn't really have any superpowers. He just worked out a lot. That's true. One Punch Man should be twice as effective as Two Punch Man. I think I watched all that it was out when I started watching it. I don't know how much of it that was, but hey, Winston's mom. Fly Guy had to do your job earlier for us. He did a great job. Fly Guy and Jeremiah Fix. I mean to short him too, because we were talking about split P. Andersons. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Well, I was like, all right, man, if Winston's mom was here, she'd cut and paste all the relevant information about it. And then Jeremiah Fix and Fly Guy teamed up to bite the bullet and provide information about things that I was talking about. Anyway, if you've never heard of Pea Soup Andersons, apparently, according to Gemini anyway, they really did make split pea soup famous. That they didn't invent it or anything, but nobody really ever heard of it before they made it famous. Anime does bring people together, okay? You are not wrong. Hi, Ruben. What'd you call me? I called you Ruben. How's it going? Nice to see you. It's noon. I would expect Rachel to get up around like 2 o'clock today because she didn't really sleep much during the night last night. I didn't sleep great last night either, but that's fine. That is fine. I'm okay. I'm all right. Let's go, team. Fight, fight, fight. Call me anything but late for dinner. So, yeah, okay. The anime we started talking about here was Kamen Rider. But it's actually called Tajima Wants to Become a Common Writer. Wants to be Common Writer? Tajima Wants to be a Common Writer. Which is kind of my favorite show of the new season. And it's shocking to say that because it's kind of a comedy. And normally I'm not that into the comedies. Japanese comedies can be kind of not funny. But this one is hilarious. Oh no, I'm not talking about. I've never even heard of Common Rider, the old school one, until I started watching this cartoon, and I was like, "Are they referring to an actual thing?" Because I could imagine a world in which Common Rider was a made-up universe that these characters were interacting with. But no, I looked it up, and yeah, it's a real thing. Started in 1971, same year I was born. That's a long time ago. That's the first time it was on TV as a live action thing. This is obviously an anime that I'm watching. Thank you, Kay. That's how I described it as well, having looked into it. It's basically the original Power Rangers. You added the important detail, but with only one Power Ranger. Although in later seasons, apparently Rider Man came in, and and he's another character who helps Kamen Rider, but who apparently dies at the end of maybe season 3 or something, saving the world from a nuclear missile. Or Japan, anyway. Back then Japan was even more obsessed with getting hit by nuclear bombs than they are nowadays. Super Sentai is what Power Rangers is based off. It's much better than Power Rangers. Well, probably Kamen Rider is what Super Sentai is based off, would be my guess. Kaleidoscopic Void. But I will look it up and see what came first. Ah, it moved. Search Google for Super Sentai. Super Sentai started in 1975. So Super Sentai was based off of Kamen Rider, and Power Rangers was based off of Super Sentai. It's by the same creator. Oh, by the same creator. He's like, I got the same idea again, but this time with 5 people. KP is a hardcore Power Rangers weeb. Who knew? Who knew indeed? Who knew indeed? When you so much comes up when you type super hentai, how do you narrow it down? Sentai, Ruben. Sentai. So there's a lot of good cartoons coming out today. I was watching them earlier. I was watching one cartoon earlier, but then I didn't see the new ones that had come out yet, and so I stopped watching it. Started doing this. Well, I started watching Walk With Me 10. Another YouTuber I watch a lot is Bretsky. Bretsky is just a gambling YouTuber. He just films these like 15 to 30-minute long videos of him playing slot machines and or sometimes gambling at the table games. I went to see the JJK special movie opening. Please don't do the same mistake. It's literally just a recut of season 2 with the first episode of season 1. Well, I don't know what JKK is, but they did that also with Overlord. Yeah, they did that with Overlord too. They just sewed them all together into one episode and called it a movie. I also have been enjoying this channel called Parallel Pipes. Yeah, I like Overlord. I've watched that a couple of times. Oh, Jujutsu Kaisen. That's what JJK is. Yeah. Well, if they start making new episodes of it, of course I will resume watching it. It's not really my favorite, but I do like it a lot, Jujutsu Kaisen. Can I type Mamunga? Is that the main guy? The main Overlord guy? I don't know. He seems very both Effie aware and bad at it. All right, you burb, Acacia. You burb your ass off. Nana mean scene made me cry today too. Yeah, Parallel Pipes is an interesting channel. It has titles like the Google Maps Anomaly Iceberg Explained.
Google Maps was first launched in 2000.
But he's got things like the Kickstarter Scams and Failures Iceberg, the Amusement Park Incidents Iceberg Explained, this YouTube Iceberg Explained, the Abyss of the Rabbit Hole Iceberg, the Ridiculous Weapons Iceberg Explained. That's what his videos are like called like that. Anyway, I like his stuff. He does a good job of editing. He goes through a whole bunch of things quickly. So it keeps your interest very well. I strive to not let him down. Nanami is one of the most lovable and relatable characters in fiction. I strive to not let him down. Amen. And in his honor, one day I will build a house on an abandoned beach in Malaysia. I promise. You are all my witness. I appreciate that dedication. I do, Kay. You know how to really appreciate anime. HBO Movies West is playing a show called Alex versus A-Rod. I bet Rachel would be sort of interested in that. He deserves it, and I will bear some of his pain and live my life with purpose, even if it's small. Well, good for you, Kay. Good for you. That's how I treat porpoises as well. I live my life with porpoises, even if they're small. I want for my sandwich to be missed if it's gone. Hmm. Well, then you should eat it before it goes bad. Or maybe you shouldn't eat it. Wait for it to go bad, then throw it away. And you'll miss it more because you'll have lost the opportunity to eat it. And you'll miss it more poignantly because it'll be a self-inflicted wound. Oh, you want other people to eat your sandwich? That sounds like a recipe for starving to death, Kay. I don't know if that's going to work. You want other people to be like, damn, that's a good sandwich? Sounds like third slot FE to me. It would be a fitting, and though starving to death, to have other people enjoy my sandwich. Well, I guess you'd die with some FE third satisfaction. Ha! I'm the best team player of all. See what a good team player I am? I didn't eat any sandwiches and now I've starved to death. Well, there's no good sports on right now, but I'll enjoy your sandwich without you dying. Yeah, that'd be probably a better approach. Just like Katy Perry, she should dance until she almost dies, but then stop instead of dancing until she dies. I think that's just my opinion. I'm not an expert on dancing. Texas Tech won in the Big 12. Good for them. Congratulations, Texas Tech. I'm going to show the college football playoff bracket here. Let me look at it. So that shows number 4, Texas Tech, making it with a first round bye. They don't have to play in the first round. Who said I'm not an expert on dancing? Me. The bread of the sandwich is hope and dream, but the meat of it is fear. That's the kind of sandwich we're talking about here. A feeling sandwich. Everyone's an expert at dancing? Everyone? Even newborn babies? A camembert sandwich. So it's just a cheese sandwich? Carlos Paredes is an expert at not dancing. Um, so the only thing is, many are indirect experts at dancing, while some are direct experts at dancing. Oh, so that makes you an indirect expert at dancing, Carlos. Hey, y'all. How you doing? Nice to see you. So I think I've heard this quote before, but had no idea where it was from until I watched Home Alone 2 last night. Home Alone 2 is the source of the quote, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animal," which I'm confident I've heard before, but did not know was a quote. Fix my couch now? What's wrong with it? I mean, you want me to put the middle thing up? That would require a lot of moving things around. I can tell you something about your future, Kay. You're going to enjoy a wonderful time. I don't want to take a shower now, Joaquin. You kind of remind me of Joaquin Phoenix. It's not the couch that's not level. It's the camera. I think Thursday. Thursday is going to be a good day for you. That's not too vague anymore, and I tell you Thursday. So Manny John says it's like 2 plus 2 equals 4, and also 5,000 minus 4,996 is 4. One is direct, one is indirect, but both are good enough to get you to the same place. Well, thanks for that, Manny John. I appreciate that analogy. Oh, well, I guess you're going to see some pretty seeable sights. You know, your eyes are going to be like, oh, I love seeing this sight. Pretty good, right, Kay? Pretty good. I guess that proves I'm a psychic. Do you care what kind of sights you see or just any sights? Thank you. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate your vote of confidence. If I still smoked weed, I would have called my weed carts the Paul McCartney. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Any new site is a good site in my book. Direct experts are expensive and indirect experts are free if you're willing to learn. I'll keep that in mind. But aren't I already an indirect expert? No, I'm not going to shave my beard. I'm going to trim my mustache back and stuff before I go in on Monday to get dental surgery. Just to make it easier on the dentist, I guess. How can I sign up for your paid course menu? Asks Kay sensibly. It's a very sensible question. All right, well, I guess I could watch Prairie View versus Jackson State in the SWAC championship. I guess that's the Southwestern Athletic Conference. I think this is maybe Division II. What kind of hair did you get cut? Will I still stream after that? Am I gonna stream after my dental surgery? Not immediately. You know, I'm gonna have to recover some. I suppose it'll be quite a lot of meowings involved, you know. Did I have a medical thing that made me immobile? Are you talking to Gialt or me? I'm going to. I'm going to be sedated on Monday, and they're going to do a lot of surgery on my mouth. And, you know, I have anxiety about it. But fingers crossed, everything will be fine. Thanks, Kay. I don't think this dentist is evil. I do think he's SI polar, and so I, you know, I'm a little worried about the SI polar tendency to treat the human body like a machine that you can just do things to. But I don't know. There's no there's no ideal way to get this thing done. The way I'm getting it done with sedation and all at once, I'm gonna have a temporary denture put in right away that I really can't use to chew, but it'll probably immediately pay dividends in terms of my speech. I won't have to talk around my missing teeth like I do now. And then it's going to be 4 to 6 months before I get in my final teeth that look like real teeth. These temporary teeth are going to be like white plastic things. Well, I'm telling my dentist expressly, do not give me any nitrous oxide. I told him that in the pre-op. I told the nurse lady that in the pre-op, and I wrote it on the papers. I'm going to tell him prior to the operation as well. He said he's not going to, but I just want to re-verify that because I don't want the neurological damage. Once you already have incurred neuropathy from nitrous, it doesn't. You don't recover the ability to do it. Well, for me, it's at this point a high priority, right? Like, just for FE reasons, if nothing else. Oh my God, picked off. Terrible throw by that quarterback. Wow, the Jackson State quarterback made a big mistake there, and a dumb one. The ROI on that trauma is always low. If you're ready to spend money, then you better make time. If you already have time, then you are open to learning from everywhere you can be. Thanks, Manny John. Um, well, I mean, the return on investment for me is going to be the rest of my life having functional dental situation. Now, ROI is return on investment. But I do think you will enjoy the new teeth, and I do wish you luck. Well, thanks, Kay. I mean, I need them to, like, for just to be a normal person. That's fine. Uh, in regards to this same subject, I first heard the term ROI used by Taylor not that long ago, and I asked him, what does that mean? He said, return on investment. I really don't think Rachel cares very much, to be honest, about the appearance. I care more about it than she does. I'm compensating all the time in various ways that I become habituated to minimize the display on camera and to minimize the impact on my speech. Until I got this crown put on this molar back here, which is they're not going to pull that tooth. Uh, I couldn't. I had to eat like pretty soft stuff because I didn't really have a way to chew with molars that touched each other. So it's a substantial. ROA stands for Rome Owners Association. Yeah, well, I've been dealing with this dental situation now for years, and obviously, I prefer to have a. When is that? Is that tonight? Oh, no, that's the basketball game they're talking about. Never mind. Oh, that was a football game they were talking about. High tip type. I guess that's type. So, in my mind, I've got a lot riding on this. It needs to work, which means additional anxiety. That there's not that much anxiety about this, but I'm gonna have to not smoke for a while, and and that includes not smoking weed, not smoking cigarettes. That's gonna take some getting used to because I have to do everything in my power to make sure that nothing gets infected and that it all works. I experienced an infected implant on the bottom, and that that's pretty bad if that happens. I can tell you, like, your body doesn't like that at all. Your mouth, my jawbone is fucked up here where I had that one on the bottom go bad. I do have one on the bottom that's fine as well. But anyway, it's stressful and I have anxiety about it, but I'm gonna do everything in my power to make it work right and hope that in 4 to 6 months I've got life a long term life term solution. Why do people use money to buy things like dental surgery? I mean, I definitely won't smoke for a while after the procedure. I don't know, days, a week, 2 weeks, who knows? See how I feel, but um, I'll wait until I'm confident that it's well healed. We've got this syrup, so I can take my weed orally. Why do I want to buy that? So that I can eat normally and talk normally, so that I can look like a normal person and get a job, maybe. I've always wanted an opportunity to impose my standards on other people. This is my chance. There's just a part of the human body that's not designed to last as long as the lifespan. You know, most people have dental problems uh, that cost them some of their natural teeth before the end of their life, at least, and uh, those that don't have incredibly good dental hygiene. It requires a lot of effort. Like I don't have to put a lot of effort into keeping my ears working fine. I just have to prevent super loud noise from meowing them, right? But you got to daily put in a lot of effort just to keeping your teeth adequately clean so that they don't rot in your mouth. People use money because they can't do everything. That's a good answer, Manny John. That's an excellent answer to your question. Why do people use money? People use money because they can't do everything. That's a good answer. I like it. That's one of your best Manny Johnisms ever. Well, at least he answered it correctly. you know, that's you couldn't call that answer incorrect. So that's nice. Well, okay, me too, Kay. Me too. Right back at you, lady. Right back at you. Okay. Well, I mean, what else are we doing around here but saying things? Sometimes they're obvious, sometimes not obvious. Like that last thing I said, you might say that was obvious. Maybe this as well. Add infinitum. That's possible. If you want to be a stickly prickler about things. So Georgia versus Alabama is going to start at 1 o'clock. It's pretty soon, about 15 minutes. No, we don't have any public transport back here. That's for sure. You know what? I'm gonna go rogue and pick Indiana. So we have to have a rental car right now while my car's in the shop, which obviously is expensive to have for as long as we're having to have it because my car's got such a big problem. I meant to call the shop Friday and get an update before they close, but I didn't. No, I can't really call them Monday because I'm getting dental surgery. Don't they give you a car with the insurance thingy? I don't have insurance. Eric, I agree about correctness. Do you agree that it's correct that Social Security is a scam and needs to be sunset? Yes. I forget the first part. Yeah, forget that first part. It wasn't intended as a scam when it was begun. Okay? But is it unsustainable, a bad economic idea, etc., etc.? Yes. Y'all Americans live so tediously. No socialized dental stuff, no car stuff. If I were paying for car insurance that included a rental car when my car broke down, it would be more expensive. I mean, in general, I don't like to pay for insurance because it very quickly seems to cost more than whatever damage you'd ever conceivably get paid out, have to pay out. Are you going to watch the USC basketball game? Yes, I am. We're going to watch both of them today, Putty Cat. There are two of them on. The first one is the men's game. I'm excited about that. The men's team's undefeated, which, I had high hopes for the women's team coming in. I didn't know what to think of the men's team because it's a whole brand new team. None of the players that are on this year's team, except for one, was on last year's team. And the one who's still on the team isn't one of the starters or anything. So I didn't know what to think about the men's team this year coming in at all. Um, Duke beat Michigan State today. Iowa State beat number one Purdue as well. Well, we'll see what happens in the SC game at 3 o'clock. I actually have quite a bit of things I want to watch, but I also have to work at 7 o'clock tonight. I have to work with Chloe on her research paper. Purdue is such a funny name. It's kind of a funny name. Purdue. The Boilermakers. That's their mascot. What is a Boilermaker? I really don't know, but I probably Googled it before. Let me look it up. Let me do a little Googling. What is a Boilermaker? A Boilermaker is a skilled tradesperson who fabricates, assembles, installs, maintains, and repairs large metal vessels like boilers, tanks, and vats that hold liquids or gases. Why are Purdue called the Boilermakers? Because in 1891, rival Wabash College students mockingly described Purdue's tough, powerful football players as burly Boilermakers due to Purdue's strong engineering focus and hands-on training. Huh. Grosum says that I'm an adorable little boy. Well, thanks. I try. That's definitely exactly what I'm going for. You can channel him in your thoughts. Osho Media. A Boilermaker is a shot of whiskey and a draft beer. Slam it and you feel awesome. What is this dark magic? Do you partake in hash smoke sessions? I don't have any hash at the moment. I just smoke marijuana. I usually smoke it with my lungs. Putty Cat's on his way. He's feeling good. He's consuming alcohol and saying, "Look at me go." A draft beer is a beer that you get out of a keg rather than a bottle or a can. Etsy witches. Are there such things as Etsy witches? Can you like buy a spell from an Etsy witch? What's the difference between hash and marijuana? Marijuana, I mean, hash is a form of marijuana concentrate. Exactly how they make it, I'm not really sure. But it's one of a variety of forms of concentrated marijuana. I do have a lot of eye glimmer and innocence, that's true. I'm not rats in a tent. I'm not rats in a tent. So I don't know why you're telling me I am. Eric, I missed what you said you were going to do at 7 p.m. for work. Oh no, I'm just helping Chloe with her research paper. Probably won't even take very long. I'll just read it over, make a few edits here and there. She's really good, you know. She doesn't need a lot of help. Will the U.S. strike Venezuela? I have been steadfastly ignoring all news regarding that, Carlos. So, blessedly, I have no idea. Am I corn fed? Maybe. Yes, okay, I'm probably corn fed. Am I American? Yes. Am I male? Yes. Am I blue collar? Not really. Egg, pig, or cow? Which tastes better? Well, I mean, by and large, I'm gonna say I'm probably gonna eat more beef than pork, but pork's got some standouts. Like Rachel and I went out to lunch at the Mexican restaurant in town yesterday. Yeah, and the time before, I asked the waitress which meat she liked best, and she said chili verde, which has beef in it, I think. And I wasn't that impressed with it. And this time I got carnitas, and it was better. So in the Mexican restaurant, I'm going to say pork tastes better. At least between those two choices. There's other beefs I could have chosen too. I don't know what that is. Gross. So just stop stop being so icky. Yes, I have a breast pump. I do produce human milk for the cats to drink. I don't really want to smoke a joint right now. I'm not so much in the mood. Probably because I just pulled some barbs not that long ago. As is my tendency. So I'm hoping maybe to watch a couple things before I watch the USC game. No, Gresham, I'm not a member of the LGBTQ community. Can you repurpose the breast pump for the pond? Good question, Fly Guy. I think I'm gonna get that pond pump for Christmas. So the big pump. Because the small one was inadequate to move water up that distance with adequate, flow. What's it called? Also, I'm not a grandfather. I am a father, but my daughter has had no children. So I just have to feed my breast milk to the cats. Bear milk. In the olden days, back in the country of Wales, after the Romans left and there were these Welsh kings and so forth, it was a law that said nobody could charge money for cat milk because it was worthless milk. That's true. That is true. Things I learned on YouTube. You cannot in ancient Wales sell cat milk. Okay. Will you stop being so sexual? Just ew. Just stop. This is not some sort of nudie club, okay? Where everyone's gyrating in a sexual fashion. This is a place for pleasantries and conversation, not your ickiness. Well, even if you could drink it, Reuben, by law in ancient Wales, it's worthless milk. So you get no nutrients from it by law. Yeah, you can gyrate while not broadcasting to the chat. Exactly. Fortunately, we don't have video chat for all the people here. We're talking about cat milk, butts, whatever that says, and how by law in ancient Wales you could not sell it because it was worthless milk. Also, like a cat in ancient Wales was actually worth 2 gooses. Would you think that? Would you expected that? That a cat would be worth that much? 2 gooses? Dancing's not prohibited, but it has to be non-sexual, like this. Kind of like jogging, okay? If it's like jogging a little bit, then it's fine. But if you start going like this, then no, that's not okay. This is a family show. Oh, you're going to correct me and say it's 1.75 gooses? Well, according to Cambrian Chronicles, which is a channel that's all about ancient Wales. Not only was it worth 2 gooses, the correct answer, if you had said, actually, it averages to 3 gooses, Eric, you'd be right. Because I used the lower number from one of these ancient Wales kingdoms. On another kingdom, they offered 4 gooses for a cat. 4 gooses, aka geese. You might be like, well, that sounds like a valuable cat. And I agree with you. That does sound like a valuable cat. I don't want 4 gooses, but if I did, I'd expect to have to give something more than one cat. Maybe it's because cats are so much smarter, like as pets. Like, well, the cat would give you love as well. But it doesn't seem to be that way because they mostly valued them for catching mice, I think. A 1.3333 goose called geese, yet since it is not yet a plural. Shouldn't be called geese yet. I agree with you, Fly Guy. 1 1/3 goose is a goose with a long S at the end. It's a goose. But like if I had a random cat, I would trade it potentially for gooses, but I would not trade either of my cats because I love them. Even though they annoy me a lot too. You have to get all the way to the next integer? I think you have to get over 1.5 geese. Well, over 1.5 is closer to 2 geese than to 1 goose. But under 1.5 is closer to 1 goose than it is to 2 geese. Okay. Will you just go away or just stop with your nonsense? Golly gee, I'm cereal. Or you have 1 goose and another goose that's not yet manifest Because obviously, with goose existentiality, you round up if you get to 0.5 or higher. You round down if you're under 0.5. What's my plan for today? Well, I have to work with a client at 7 o'clock. But until then, my plan is to live stream a little bit longer. And then I want to watch a couple cartoons before the USC basketball game comes on. I want to watch Tajima Wants to Be a Kamen Rider. Although I think Rachel might want to watch that with me, actually. No, I'm working with my high school student client on her English homework and stuff. It's not the sort of thing. Okay, well, see, you're imagining, Kay, that there's a second goose that's been chopped up. That second goose is just a potential goose until it gets past 0.5. Then we round up into actuality, okay? Because gooses only come in wholes. One of the coaches got laid out on the sidelines there. The Jacksonville State player got tackled out of bounds and knocked the person off of their feet. What's my occupation? Well, my occupation used to be debate coach, competition debate coach, but I've been working for a few years. I've been transitioning into a new phase of my life, I guess. I'll start working again pretty soon, probably in education again, or who knows. I also do some work related to a YouTube channel, doing typology stuff, typing people. If I could get enough of that work, then maybe that would be sufficient. No, that's not my abortion logic. Okay, I have different logic regarding that. But that is maybe some people's abortion logic. Sounds like Rachel's awake. One bad decision plus one vacuum equals problem solved. Fly guy, I want you to be a little more sensitive about that. Okay? Only when it's attached to the rest of the goose, okay? Otherwise, then it's just meat. You have a good soul. I see it in your kind eyes. Well, thank you, Belly Button Cream. That's your first name. You're that same person I've already timed out several times, I think. Oh, nice catch. Wow. Big play by Prairie View. Prairie View is the underdog here, I'm assuming. They're at Jackson State. Well, it's the SWAC championship. I'm not actually sure where it is. But technically, Jackson State's the home team. Yeah, even if they're at a neutral site, they specify one of the teams as the home team anyway. I'm not sure if this is at a neutral site or not. I'm watching football. How about to get forgiveness for our transgressions against the hypothetical goose? Let's all think of a good deed we could do this month to that goose. Like give it some seeds, or give it pets. So at this point, Georgia versus Alabama should be starting. I'd rather watch that game than this one. That's a better college football game, probably. But I mean, it's a bigger game in the sense that it's the SEC championship game. I'm from Sweden and appreciate American folk like yourself sharing their happy smiles with the world. Well, thanks, Belly Button Cream. Hi, Matarazzi Sound. Welcome to America, Serbia. And long may your flag wave proud. That's that's my positive well wishing to Serbia. And you too, Sweden. Long may your flag wave proud. And everybody else who's in another country too. Fly guy, you're from Canada, right? Long may your flag wave proud. Okay, I'm not sure what country you're from. England? Duck, duck, goose. If you don't currently have a goose, oh, good morning, Rachel, darling. I thought I heard you up. If you don't have a goose, I would suggest renting a goose. Now, if the exchange rate in ancient Wales works the same in renting, then you should be able to rent two geese while that person rents your cat currently. Your cat can do some mousing for that person while their geese can hang out with you. Is Robin a female name or a male name in America? It's both. I can think of male robins and female robins. Like Robin Williams and Robin Givens are both actors. One of them's a dude and one of them's a lady. Earlier, I was sharing some interesting facts with people that I learned on YouTube. I wish I could remember more of the facts that I've learned on YouTube. Learn a lot of interesting facts on YouTube. Game is time for the SEC championship game, where the University of Georgia Bulldogs will take on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Big game Saturday. It is, no, I'm not Jewish. I'm Christian. My family is German, like my ancestors, you know. Okay, Kay. Well, that's fine. You're so proud of your country, you won't even say what it is. Nevertheless, I wish your country well. Alabama has elected to kick the ball. Well, I know what my ancestry is. I'm going to go ahead and time you out. Feeling the weightiness of life, just the need to deal with all the practicalities or the reality of loss and suffering and pain, or the inevitability of mortality, or all of the above. Perhaps the enshittification of some aspects of life. A pretty normal Western European phenotype, says Carlos Baeva. Well, no, well, Putty Cat, the thing is, both Rachel and I have determined that we've probably underestimated the recovery time on this dental surgery a little bit, but we're still planning on doing Saturday, but most of that party is going to be at the neighbor's Christmas party down the street, and then these neighbors and I and Rachel and I'll probably come back here, but we don't need to get a whole bunch of stuff. It's just going to be the neighbors and us. Ah. Christmas can be a, you know, well, there's this one video I made not that long ago called Three Kinds of Life that I made about an article I read. It talked about there being three kinds of lives one can lead. One is like fun, one is fulfilling, and the other is emotionally rich. Well, Christmas can be part of the emotionally rich kind of life, you know. I feel like more acutely during this season, perhaps, than other times, the loss of my family and stuff. But well, sure you can. But the thing is, people tend to, at any given moment, prioritize one kind of life over one of the other kinds of lives, uh, either by choice or necessity. You know, like this period of my life has been emotionally rich in general and less fun accordingly. It hasn't been particularly high achieving in any sense, you know. Anyway, it's just somebody's dividing the things into three that I thought was insightful, interesting. I made a video about it. Some article I read, you know. Geek brain. Hey, get over here. Yeah, I got my fists. You ready? Woohoo! Call Gabe Brain. He'll want to participate in this. Gabe Brain. How ridiculous can you get? Hello? Hi, yeah. Hi, it's Gloria. Hey, how's it going? What are you up to right now? Oh, we're doing some gaping. You got some friends over. We're gaping it up. Having a wonderful time. I guess that's why they call you Gape Brain. Okay, well, call me back later when you're done. All right, it might be many hours from now. What a ridiculous term. What a ridiculous phenomenon. Well, it's very nice of everybody to be here hanging out with me today. I appreciate your presence. It's been good for my mental health, well being, and hopefully it's been a calming, soothing influence on you as well, if that's what you're looking for. If you're looking for like thrills and chills, probably today's live stream is not provided. But it has provided some interesting facts, including one that may be worth repeating. That there's a book called Blade Runner the Movie. It was written by William Burroughs about a previous book called Blade Runner that has nothing to do with the movie Blade Runner, which came out a couple of years afterwards. What? It's true. Things I learned recently. A book by William Burroughs called Blade Runner the Movie came out in 1979 and has nothing to do with the movie Blade Runner, which is based on a totally different book. Pretty interesting stuff, huh? Things that I bet you didn't know. called me turd burglar is way out of line. Who called you a turd burglar? Who would want to burgle turds? Nobody ever uses the word burgle by itself. Hardly ever. Together they burgled the place. Seems an unlikely use. A dung beetle. A dung beetle would want to burgle a turd. That's true. All right, you got me. You found an example of a true real life turd burglar. A species whose entire purpose in life is to burgle turds. And reproduce, of course. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a species for very long. You know, the ancient bristlecone pine forest is near here. It's got the oldest living non-cloning organism on Earth, which is 4,600 years old, estimated. Beavers have a secretion that tastes very good. Will you just stop with your oddness? All right, geek brain. You're going on timeout, mister. I know where you're going with that, and I don't like it. You need to get back to gaping, geek brain, and get off of the internet. So anyway, if you want to see an incredibly terrible, and I mean unbelievably terrible movie, I would like to recommend to you A Christmas in Scotland. Yes, A Christmas in Scotland. A romantic Christmas movie. Let me see who it features. A Christmas in Scotland. Okay, I'll read you the summary of it. On a trip to Scotland, an installation designer finds herself helping a small community create a festive light display, despite the interventions of a wealthy heir. Forced to work together, they unite to bring seasonal magic to light. Whoever wrote the summary did a much better job of writing than whoever wrote the movie. The movie is unbelievably bad. It was an hour and 26 minutes of pure torture. They have this horrible scene where they take turns drinking hot chocolate and getting whipped cream on their noses and trying not to laugh at the other person. And they not only do this horrible scene one time, they revisit it and do it a second time. It was so horrible. It was not a good movie, let me tell you. Oh, so she starts out with this boyfriend in New York, and never mind. I just can't even describe the whole thing. It's so terrible. And she helps the village win the best Christmas village contest. What? Oh, since when? Oh, just forget it. It's horrible. And she has these great ideas like putting QR codes onto the Christmas tree. Oh, it's like the guy, they specify they want traditional decorations, traditional Christmas, and she goes and puts QR codes on the tree. And nobody seems to notice that's inconsistent with what they want. Oh. Obviously, the Scottish heir to the Lord of Scotland or something. I don't know what he's the Lord of. He's a handsome son. He falls in love with her, and they spend Christmas together. And her dad's there too. And her dad also falls in love with one person in Scotland, and they are together now too. The end. It was terrible. You are correct, Winston's mom. Just like they corrected in the movie the pronunciation of it as Laird. You could have written that movie yourself right there. You're writing that movie. Oh, it's got a 5.5 rating on IMDb. I want to see what it says on Rotten Tomatoes. You love this movie? I don't know about that. The acting's not good. Like the ladies, it starts off with maybe the worst actor in the whole movie. He doesn't have many lines, but her boss, who talks to her on the phone later, she's a terrible actress. Like right out the gate, you're like, oh my god, this is acted so poorly. The main actress isn't so bad, except that the material is terrible, you know. And the Scottish guy, he's fine if you like decent actors in terrible movies. All right, let's see. Christmas in Scotland. Let's see what Rotten Tomatoes has to say about it. It's got a 46%. 46%? Where are some reviews? Audience reviews. It says here, the acting is genuinely painful. Thank you, Emily S. All audience reviews. Q story, bad execution? No. Terrible story. Execution was fine, but you can't do a good job of executing a terrible idea. How do I write a review? There's only, of all the reviews, there are only like 1, 2, 3, 4 reviews of this movie by random people. There are no critic reviews. And what did it get? It got 46%. I guess that means 46% of people think it's worth watching. Those 46% of people are wrong. Okay, I will tell you that in no uncertain terms. Watching that movie made me want to shout at the TV, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animal!" Laird. Well, they may pronounce it Laird, but that's not how it should be pronounced anyway. All right, so I got the Alabama Georgia game on in the back room. Georgia's got the ball, 2nd and 14. Oh, they try to pass it underneath, and that gets broken up easily and effectively by the Alabama defensive back. What is the best Rocky movie? You know, I haven't seen them in a long time, but I would guess probably Rocky 1. I don't know. I will tell you the Gremlins 2 is better than Gremlins 1. Gremlins 1 is pretty bad, really. Pretty ridiculous. It's kind of good in its ridiculousness, but it's not really good. Eric, is the original Rambo the best of the Rambo movies? I haven't seen those in a long time. I am on a seasonal side quest to do, even though it's not a holiday movie, to do Die Hard with a Vengeance, since we did Die Hard. I think today Rachel and I have on tap Home Alone 1. We're doing the Home Alones backwards. We did Home Alone 2 yesterday. I'd never seen it before. Pretty entertaining. Some parts of it were pretty dumb. But the whole Pigeon Lady storyline needed to be cut out of the movie. And some of the, you know, incredible violence perpetrated on the burglars was a little over the top. My vagina fell off. What do I do? Go to the vagina store. A lot of people have told me I look like the guy shoveling snow in Home Alone 1. I have to watch it again. I haven't seen it in a long time. I have to go to the bathroom. You guys can look at the Christmas tree while I go to the bathroom. Hi, Book Buzz with Jay. I'm assuming that's where women get their vaginas. Isn't that right? Or do I have that wrong? Here you go. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. With the meow 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 keeps ringing. Happy holidays to you.
Hi, Trouble.
Just hear those sleigh bells ringing, ting, ting, ting. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you.
Outside the snow is falling and friends are calling you. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Let's do the show. We're riding in Wonderland of snow. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, it's grand, just holding your hand. We're riding along with a song of lovely wonderland. Something like that. I know that song so well because the chorus.
What's you mean the main part? The ting, ting, ting
We're
part?
riding along with a song of wintry fairyland because like
We're riding along with the song of a wintry fairyland.
Yeah.
Come on, it's one
yeah, that was it was like the chorus's favorite song to sing, but she made us focus on the verbiage for we're riding along with the song of wintry fairyland because it was one that people like. Yeah.
We're riding along with a song of a wintry fairyland.
Got it.
Fun, exciting. Well, we're back and we're celebrating Christmas together.
I have to say, that Christmas in Scotland had me rolling. Like, your reaction to it was so genuine without me having to tell you like anything beforehand.
I mean, I just clicked on it randomly because we just watched a is looking like, since I just watched Christmas movie, you recommended another Christmas movie right there, and I just like Christmas in Scotland, and then all of a sudden I was on a 1.5 hour long trip through the Hallmark channels, dregs,
Yeah, it was like a knockoff. Uh,
Hi, James
hey,
Ortiz.
James Ortiz.
Keela.
I think it had me rolling because it was you experiencing something that like I actually had to take seriously.
Rachel's mom wanted her to watch those kind of movies with her, I guess.
Oh my gosh, all the time, even now. Even now. Um, she loves them. And for a while she was like, you know what, they're so pleasant. Let me suggest them to my mom. So my grandma was watching them for a while. My grandma came to the same conclusion that like Eric and I did, like the same stuff happens over and over and that again. And my grandma even made fun of it, saying like, the girl comes in from the big city and she meets the young man, but then she falls in love again with her high school boyfriend. Like she was like so sick of it.
Yeah, well, this one, it's like every scene was dumb. Like
That's how they are.
every scene.
They're all. Some of them are even like cheesier than that, if you could believe it.
Like she's in this relationship with this boyfriend for a year, and he comes to visit her in Scotland, and then they sit on a bench, basically go, "Well, I guess we no longer see eye to eye. Someone else will appreciate your ambition more than me. Nice being in a relationship with you. Goodbye."
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just like, wow, that was fast and easy to get out of that.
Seriously.
You should watch the Lindsay Lohan one that came out last year or the year before. Right? Lindsay Lohan Christmas?
Oh, she's in a lot of Christmas movies.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's put that on our goals here. Let's try to watch one Lindsay Lohan Christmas movie this year.
Okay, that sounds good.
Does she play different characters in these different movies? She needs the money. Well, understandable.
Meow.
Trevor is eating just fine. Gee, he eats us out of house and home. He eats so much of his food, and every time I'm eating something, he wants some of my food too.
Yeah.
So he eats more than any creature that size could possibly eat.
Mm-hmm.
It seems physically impossible that he eats as much as he does. There he is, hanging nearby. He's not saying he wants something, he just wants our attention and to be near us all the time. He's like a dog. What do you want, Treble?
He wants us to watch him eat.
I watched him eat already. Oh. All right. Come on. All right, G, you got your way. I'm obeying the cat. Falling for Christmas, the name was, it came to me. I'm falling for Christmas. My name's Lindsay Lohan.
You know what I want to see is that like they say her face like doesn't emote because she. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, cat. You win this round. I know it's been a while since I combed you, huh? See how much hair this comes off this cat? It's ridiculous. He's got a lot of dandruff too. You need to use Head and Shoulders, mister. Well, presumably that's a whole lot of hair that won't be dropped around the house. You all want a new boot goof together? What's new boot goof mean?
Yeah, I will say that the cats really liked Christmas in Scotland. They say like Trouble was like actually watching.
Rachel said, for those who couldn't hear, that Trouble liked Christmas in Scotland. He was actually watching it. Seemed to enjoy it. Well, Trouble's got bad taste in movies then. You need more food? No, Putty Cat. That's not the case. Come out looking like the Joker from Batman with a red nose and lips metallic taste on your tongue. I've seen you guys type policing Carl Jung something other than INFJ. No, I do type him as INFJ. He typed himself as INTP. That's who I was type policing. I was type policing Carl Jung, who typed himself as INTP. I say he's INFJ.
That's definitely more like it. All his like archetypes and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think Carl Jung is something other than INFJ. I think he is INFJ. I don't think he's INTP, as he typed himself. Okay, well, we could argue about it all day, but the response to Johnny is that's incorrect. I do not think he's something other than INFJ. A 7.0 earthquake hit Alaska. Oh, what if there's going to be a there's going to be a tsunami, I wonder. All right, Kat, I've watched you eat enough. We've all had enough of your chewing. Regardless, type police is also something that I do for people who I've not typed, right? Like, I don't actually do a typing session with the person I type police, whether they're Carl Jung or something else. All right, well, maybe I was misinformed or got that wrong. Maybe he didn't type himself as INTP. I don't know. It was a gimmick for a Type Police episode. You know, it's not like I'm actually typing somebody. You can't type people you can't type. It seems common sense to me, but people want to type people they can't type all the time. I'm done having coffee, gosh darn it. I've had enough coffee today. I'm going to switch beverages. I'm going to have one of these Klaus Toller non-alcoholic beers. Oh, hey, Elaine, what's up? Is Elaine here? Hi, Elaine, thinks thoughts. Damn, shocking enough to wake me up from the grave. I am shocking. In Common Writer, the international crime organization is called Shocker. Why? Because they're always shocking people with their crime, I guess. Don't I look sophisticated with these glasses on? I say, you can believe me because I'm wearing these kind of glasses. That makes me very reliable. I mean, I thought Carl Jung thought he was an INTP. An intuitive introvert. Well, INTP is an intuitive introvert. Obviously, INFJ is too, and INFP is too. And even old INTJ. They're all intuitive introverts. Well, you gotta remember half of a person's expression is nature and half of it is nurture. I'm not sure if it's exactly half, but well, maybe he did think he was an ISTP. Regardless, it was just a Type Police episode. I can't, never will have the opportunity to actually type the guy and find out. Winston's mom thinks he's an ENTP. I don't think he demonstrates enough TI to qualify as such. He demonstrates a lot of NI. But that's my opinion, and we can't know. People change. Diagnosis can psychologically stunt someone's development. Diagnosis? If you mean pathologization, then yeah. I'm much more FI shy now than I used to be. Every time I encounter FI problems, it makes me FI shy. Like I have anxiety about feeling feelings because they might be not very good feelings. I mean, I've changed. I've changed without changing my cognitive function stack at all. I nevertheless am, having undergone some somewhat significant traumatic events in my life, I'm a little more fragile, and less likely to make certain kind of mistakes, maybe. Which might also translate into more understanding of other people's struggles, more empathy, stuff like that. Yeah, sure, you can make the case that Hitler's not an INFJ, or you make the case that he was, and, it's like, I don't like those kind of arguments because Nobody gets to type them and resolve it.
Because he's dead?
Yeah. And Congress rejected funding my proposal to bring him back to life just so that I could type him.
Oh, well. Money allotted to
They
great
wasted.
plans.
They wasted it on something else.
Did they?
Yeah. So instead
Oh,
of
they wasted it on something else.
instead of bringing Hitler back to life so I could type him, they like bought a battleship or
I
something.
mean, a battleship?
Yeah. Well, it was going to cost a lot to bring Hitler back to life.
Oh.
It was going to cost many hundreds of billions of
We
dollars.
already know how to build a battleship.
Yeah.
I guess I thought it would be equal.
Of equal value, me typing Hitler would be of more value than a battleship.
No, I mean, oh, well, yeah, typing he would be more value, but it depends on who's in charge of the battleship, making the battleship. If they're sensatorial.
Are you suggesting that person might already be Hitler?
Oh no!
Dun dun dun!
Yeah, I am.
The people that constantly tell you they are autistic need to chill. Well, chilling isn't highly correlate, doesn't correlate strongly with autism. I guess. Yeah, the thing is that nobody who is not retarded is really qualifies as autistic.
Everyone's autistic now. I'm the only person who's not autistic, or who doesn't try to be.
You and I are both non-autistics.
Not autistics, huh?
We're not neurodivergent, I guess. We're just neuronormal. Is there that word, cisneural? There's neurodivergent and cisneuro. I hope the personality scanners in the future read thief, wizard, savage. I like that idea. So if you didn't hear, by the way, Tuts outed himself as Jeff Shaw in a comment. They left as Wilbur, who I also hid from the channel. So you can't read that comment anymore, but you have to take my word up for it that Tuts outed, thereby invalidating all of his stories about, like, oh, you mistyped my friend and I'm here to help them and all that
Bullshit.
Yeah, well, he's been around under the name Tuts. What percent of the population is retarded and thereby needs taxpayer support? I don't know. 75%. Definitely including me and Rachel. It includes intuitards. Yes, they did out themselves. That was interesting of them. Yeah, I don't know what the motivation was behind that, but no, I hate Wilbur just because I'm done with fucking Tuts and all of his incarnations. Just get out of here. If he wants to come back around with new incarnations, I'll probably be. Have I ever had a conversation with him? Jeff Shaw? He left a voicemail on my phone one time in which he sounded very drunk. I'm autistic. You don't understand me. Do as I say. Are you sure you're not adding that last bit onto there? I wonder who the 500 USD angry guy was. I don't know. People angry at me sometimes.
Oh, Johnny.
I wouldn't call them anarchists, but it is true that Rachel bristles under authority that Hey, G, shut up. Don't spam. Okay?
What did I bristle?
Authority directed at you it doesn't jive with you.
Yeah,
You know?
I have problems with authority though. I wouldn't say that that's every INFJ though. I mean, maybe Corey was like that too.
I don't know, yeah. Um, NI is a knowing function best called intuition, whereas extroverted intuition is creativity, generative intelligence. They're different kinds of functions, so you really shouldn't compare them against one another. NI is properly compared against SI. Eric, why is it no longer politically correct to label somebody as retarded? Because now we call them cognitively disabled. And the reason is because of the euphemism escalator, as it's called. Thanks, Vincent's mom. If I hit lard was an INFJ. Oh, if Hitler was an INFJ and an anarchist, then why wasn't he against his own self since he was an authority? Yeah, I don't think anarchist describes INFJs well. They're perceiving types and knowing types, so it is the case that they'll often know the wrongness of something and that will bother them a lot. They won't necessarily know why it's wrong. Like Rachel really didn't like the way the dentist approached her last time she went to the dentist.
Yeah. Afterwards, though, it takes a little bit to process.
Right, well, it's a knowing function, which means it happens instantaneously, but it doesn't mean it happens at the instant when maybe it would be most useful.
No, and I would have, like, I have problems because I would have gone through, like, in a perfect world where there's no money doesn't exist. Like, I would have, I don't know. I would have gone through with everything.
Noam Chomsky, don't even get me started on Noam Chomsky. Don't even get me started. I don't even want to talk about Noam Chomsky. I want to be retarded and rewarded. Well, you know what I'm going to be on Monday? Sedated.
Oh, God. Does anyone have any tips? I mean, I have experience helping people after sedation. But does anyone have any tips? Like, I'm kind of freaking. I didn't really sleep last night.
Prayer is Alex's tip. Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
That is good.
Sedated like the Ramones, yeah. I like that song a lot. I think Mr. INFJ, the flagship INFJ, is the guy behind LCD Sound System.
Yeah.
Whose name is
James Murphy.
James Murphy. Thank you. I don't know why I can remember his name. Probably because it's so ordinary.
Yeah, it is.
James Murphy.
No, not like for detox. Like, I mean, I kind of need sensory help, as in, like, what are the steps? What do I do? Like, what do I do? I mean, Eric. Okay,
Yeah.
I've been given explicit instructions that before he goes to sleep, he needs to eat, because if he doesn't, he'll wake up dehydrated with a headache, and we don't want that happening because he's already going to be in pain. So I have to do that, and you're willing to do that, right?
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat.
That's
Willing
okay.
to do what?
Eating before going to sleep.
Yeah, I'll try to do my best to be cooperative, you know?
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm in enough of a right mind to keep that in mind, you know? I don't know about Stephen Hawking's. Who's Mr. ESTP? Well, on YouTube, I think of it as being Tim from Walk With Me, Tim.
Oh, that's a good example. not many people would recognize him as.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident he's an ESTP. His SI is better than ENFJ, and his FE is good, and he's got. I'm pretty confident he's an ESTP. And he does this job where he just goes to hotels and stays in them and shows you the room and stuff. And sometimes he brings his family. It's very pleasant. I like him.
Yeah, it's very pleasant, and he's very fair. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe
Oh,
that's his TI.
TI tool,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah, he's super fair.
yeah. Like a room. Well, one time, I was totally on him with it. Like I was totally with him with this. A room had crumbs in the mattress, and he actually was like, I paid a lot for this room. Like, just he didn't even ask for a new room. He just alerted them that, hey, I have crumbs in my bed, and they gave him a new room.
Yeah.
But other than that, like if he sees like stains and stuff, like he will note it. But he won't get bogged down by it.
Right. Yes, we are married. Have a shot of Jack Daniels before bed? No, thank you. That's not an option available to me. Georgia up 2 touchdowns now on the Crimson Tide, but part of that is due to a early blocked punt. 8 hours, yeah, it's 8 hours. So there's no eating for me. Um,
That's my parents.
Starting Sunday night, I'm gonna not eat a little bit longer than that, and maybe like 9 hours, like midnight. Before midnight, I'll stop. The appointment is at 9 a.m. We're gonna have. No, they're not gonna put me under general anesthesia. They're going to sedate me with. Drum roll, please.
Oh, I saw.
Fentanyl.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you get a taste of it.
Yeah.
Jeez, I thought it was going to be nitrous.
No, I told them no nitrous. That would do damage to me. I'm not gonna.
It's good. It's good. You're smart.
I'm gonna reiterate that when I go in tomorrow. And apparently they don't use nitrous in this kind of procedure anyway. But a lot of dentists are quacks. Well, I'm pretty confident this dentist is an ENTJ.
Yeah.
This is how he does his dentistry via sedation.
Yeah, he's very
even when
proud
he
of
wanted
that.
to do crowns on Rachel, he wanted to sedate her too.
Yeah, and give me all new teeth. Which, Eric made a good point. He's an oral surgeon. He's not just your regular, right? He's
Yeah,
a
right.
dentist.
Yeah,
he's. What I read is that when you're going for dental work, the dentist will do what they can. So he can give me a whole new set of teeth if I want. I don't want that.
Right.
I want to keep as many of my teeth as I can.
Yeah, well, this dentist is not the right dentist for Rachel, and I am hoping he's the right dentist for me.
I actually will be.
I ended up trying prior to going back to this dentist a solution that was going to take a longer time and not involve any sedation at all. Now I'm taking an approach that's going to happen all in one day on Monday, almost all of it, except for the final teeth come in 4 or 6 months later after everything's healed.
I think.
And hopefully it works. I'm going to do everything in my power afterwards to make sure that it heals up okay. Joey McKintry's birthday.
No, I didn't even know.
Who's Joey McKintry?
McIntyre. He's from New Kids on the Block.
Of course we're celebrating that. We're having a big party December 31st, obviously to celebrate his birthday. I have to go. Wanted to say I really liked your channel. You guys seem really down to earth. Well, thanks, Johnny.
Well,
thanks for
Johnny.
visiting. Appreciate your stopping by. Stop by anytime. We tend to live stream most days of the week. Although this upcoming week, definitely going to be a break in that while I recover from my dental surgery. We'll see how long. And the weird thing is, I am scheduled to get more Adderall as early as this upcoming Wednesday, but I probably won't get it that day. Or if I do get it that day, I probably won't take it that day. I'm basically not even thinking about the Adderall, which is unusual getting this close to it, because I know it's going to be during recovery time, so I'm not going to take it then. Jonathan Knight's birthday was November 29th. That explains the little shrine Rachel made to him on late November. I was like, what are you doing? It's like, it's JK's birthday. I'm like, JK? Jonathan Knight. And there was this like shaking legs, meaning you should go walking and get the energy out of you some way, relax your breathing. I'm not going to be taking the Adderall the day of the surgery. It doesn't come until Wednesday at the earliest. Instead, I'll be able to get the first down. Instead, I will try to heal up 3, 4, 5 days. We'll see how big of a recovery it is.
I mean, I think I'm planning for it to be pretty damn big. Although he said that my surgery was going to take longer to do than yours.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to refrain from smoking weed as well, but we do have this syrup that I can take. So.
You know, it's interesting. It's like, I didn't get good vibes from the dentist with me, but for Eric, I'm pretty certain that he's going to do a good job. He actually showed me the work that he's going to be doing on Eric, and it just seems like it's very thought out. Like the TE was showing. Like he's like, this tooth is going to come in this way. He was like, we actually going to, instead of going up, we're going to go to the side. And
he showed me, like, thanks to the previous dentist doing extractions and not doing bone grafts, there's limited number of spots where he can put the things in too.
Oh.
And so he's having to go like in different directions and in different spots.
Yeah.
And I guess that works out fine. I don't know. He seemed kind of like into it when he was telling me about it.
He was very into it. That's what he showed me.
Like excited about
the
he's challenge or something.
We're giving Eric the whole day. He's got our attention the whole day. I'm like, oh, that's good.
Well, hopefully they make it a fast day, you know. Well, apparently after it heals a few days or 1 or 2 days, then I can rinse with warm salt water or just luke temperature salt water. And I think that's all they really want me to do, but I can clarify that at some point. I asked what I should rinse with. That's what she says, salt water. 1 teaspoon for meow out of a glass of water.
I'm gonna ask specifically like when you can start eating like soft chicken and stuff, because she said that you can, but she didn't say when.
Probably like a week, 10 days.
Okay.
All right, Alabama 2nd and 10. I'm going to give us all a closing time on this stream of about 4:45. I mean, 2:45. It's 2:10 now. About 30 minutes from now. And the reason I'm gonna end it then is because I want to watch the SC basketball game, which comes on at 3. I would like to eat some food though. Are you hungry at all?
I could eat.
All right. What do you think about rice and broccoli?
Rice and broccoli sounds good.
Let's go start in on the rice and broccoli over here. Okay. What we have here is our new blender, so that I can eat blended up food like a baby. Is this clean or dirty in here? Dirty. First I need to clean this pot. Also known as the rice pot. Get some light on in here, what do you say? Exciting times, exciting people, exciting ways, exciting people. Everybody knows how to make rice. It's so much fun, because it is nice. Put this right here. Squeeze out a little bit of soap. Scribbity scrub, scrubbity scrub. You know, speaking of Walk With Me, Tim, I watched an episode today where he went to the Clown Motel in Nevada, and it was an unusual episode for him. He actually interviewed the owner of the Clown Motel and one of the guys who worked there to do like ghost stuff. You know, the Clown Motel guys who own it are Indians from India, you know, with kind of thick accents, and are enjoying the commercial opportunities at Clown Hotel. But then they hired this guy who's like an idiot who super believes in ghosts. And he goes around and tells the guests about all the ghosts, and you can rent an EMF reader and go around with him to the cemetery, which is nearby. Anyway, Tim normally doesn't interview anybody, but he did in this episode.
This looks like it should be fine for what we need.
Oh yeah, that's the like #1 top end model.
Oh really?
Yeah, remember we looked at them all.
Yeah.
This one has the most watts.
Oh yeah, yeah, we did do our.
And yeah, this one's the most powerful one. It's called the Wave Crusher. Okay, it's so
Yeah.
powerful it can crush waves.
I mean, it really does have a lot of settings.
Yeah, it does. What I did last time I went to the market, I got myself another bag of almonds. First of all, I should have got another one of these.
Yeah.
These wasabi soy ones are
Oh yeah,
fantastic.
you're addicted to those.
I love them. They are
They're
indeed
good.
bold.
Yeah, I think bold is a good description for them too.
Eating rocks all have 2 molars that I can chew things that are like that. Pretty soon I won't be able to. Oops.
Skippity dock. Don't forget
to
hang
up
up your
sock. And play with your cock. It's never, yeah.
You'll be coming down the chimney.
What I just poured into this pot here is water. One of the key building blocks of life.
Water. It's true.
This is one of the other building blocks of life. Rice. Get all the grains out. Come on, grains. Okay, now I need what you might call a jostler. I'm going to jostle around all the grains of rice so they're evenly spread around the bottom. And I'm going to turn that on high. Put it on 8 minutes. Next we're going to put some water in our broccoli cooker. You can maybe use a little more water. But that's fine probably. I'm going to put a little more water in. Okay, now we're going to heat this up. I got it right this time for a change. Now we put the rice away. Rachel, meanwhile, is putting together a blender, apparently.
Yeah. I don't want to have to do it. I'd rather just have it there. I'm so nervous. I can't believe I'm nervous. I have no reason.
It'll be fine.
I know you're going to be a good patient. I just want to be a good nurse.
I'm expecting it to, maybe I'm being silly, but I actually expect it to be less bad than what they're saying, or that it seems.
Well, it may be. It could very well be that you're right. But they do have to prepare you.
Yeah. And they give me the scheduled kind of pain pills, you know.
You know, and they say, they said to me and they said to you, I heard you say that your gums are going to be angry. But, your gums, I don't know. They might not be as angry because you're a smoker.
Maybe.
So, we'll see.
We will see. The stuff I got done before was obviously not as substantial as work, but it didn't really hurt that bad until it got infected.
Yeah, and now you know you have plenty of medication to take
Yeah, I've
to
got
prevent that.
anti-inflammatories and antibiotics. Okay, put the knife down. So I think everything will be fine. I just find the sedation part a little scary because, you know, it's like I won't be in my right mind and won't be able to know what's going on exactly.
No, you're not. They said it's gonna be like a Twilight, right?
Yeah, they say for me it'll seem like it's over in like 5 minutes and I won't really remember what happened. That's what they told me.
And let them know if you feel any pain. Like, let them know because.
Yeah, well, they're going to be giving me fentanyl. I know I'm not going to feel anything.
Sorry, trouble.
I should go in there and ask them, would it be okay if I smoked the fentanyl instead? All right.
Oh my gosh. So I asked my parents for advice because they've dealt with having kids having dental stuff and surgeries.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad basically gave the same advice as Alec T, right on par with INFP.
What did he say?
He'll pray for us and that you get lots of rest. And then my mom says, it's important not to become dehydrated. They may not allow straws. Soups, soft things, mashed potatoes, yogurts, eggs on hand. There may be a prescription for pain. If not, Tylenol. Dentists may likely have ice. The dentist may likely suggest ice to help swelling, so you have that handy. You probably have salt for the rinsing with salt water. Is that what you're referring to?
Right.
She's like literally listed everything.
INFP versus ESTJ.
Yeah.
I'll pray for you versus here's a accounting of everything you could do to help this work better. So we got a little bit of time left to turn down the rice. Can you get typed, Heartbreak Kid? There's a link in the description of this video and most videos on the channel for how to do that if you want to get typed. It costs $100. It's an hour long. You don't have to publish or even record if you don't want to, but a lot of people, some people do and some people don't. Today? Well, probably not today because I have things I want to watch on TV. Basically, I want to watch the USC basketball games, both the men's and the women's game, and then I got to work at 7. I could possibly do it tomorrow. Probably I couldn't do it this upcoming week if I don't do it tomorrow because I'm going in for dental surgery on Monday. So that's going to be in the way. Does that quest for perfection to achieve what can be found in the imperfect make one inhuman? All your statements are inverted. Humans are imperfect. Perfect humans are inhuman. What about perfectly inhuman humans? Are they human? Let's turn this down. Seems about right. Now it's 22 minutes. That water's coming along. I think the broccoli needs 6 to 7 minutes to cook properly. Let's go. I typed you ESFJ, but I think I'm another type. Okay, well, sure I could retype you. Just PayPal me and it just happens the normal way, right? Just PayPal me and I'll send you an email. But be aware that if you want it done fast, then it's gonna have to be tomorrow or like the following week because this upcoming week I'm assuming I'm gonna be out of commission. I gotta go to the bathroom. You guys enjoy the Christmas festivity of the tree. So we're getting a hotel room for Sunday night and Monday night. Um, um, well, I don't even remember you, so I have no idea. So, well, I'll probably remember you when I see you, but I don't currently remember you. What was I going to say? Right. So Rachel and I are going to stay in a hotel tomorrow night and Monday night. And the way it's going to play out is we'll check in Monday evening. We'll come back here to sleep for some small amount of hours or lie down or whatever. Then we'll get up early, go down to the hotel with stuff that's prepared for after the surgery, like some soft food and some I guess water, you know.
Yeah, water.
And then probably maybe Rachel and I will both ride the little shuttle to the dentist to drop me off, and then she can ride it back to the hotel, and then she'll know how to do it. You know what I'm saying, Rachel?
Yeah.
You want to go with me in the morning? Just
Yeah,
do the
I
round
do.
trip, and then you can come back 6 hours later or whatever.
Yeah.
This water is boiling, but I'm not ready to steam the broccoli yet. So I'm just going to turn that water off for a minute. We've got some time before the broccoli's ready. I mean, before we're ready to start the broccoli. You can't shorten numbers. Okay. Phi is not short for 5. And t is not short for 2. It's against the law to try to shorten numbers. I want to make that clear right now. I'm not a member of the College Football Playoff Committee. If I were a member of the College Football Playoff Committee, because I'm TI Tool, I still wouldn't vote for USC. We just didn't earn it. And I believe it was you who correctly pointed out the real problem this year was not the loss to Notre Dame where we got throttled, was not the loss to Oregon, which we lost fair and square, but we could have won on a different day, and we could beat that team. It was the loss to Illinois that did us in. USC is not among the 12 best teams in the country. They don't belong in the playoff. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Hopefully next year, we'll see if Lincoln Riley can pull it all together and win a national championship for us or something. If he has a bad year next year, this year was good, but not great, you know. If he has a bad year next year, he's going to go from Lincoln Riley to Stinkin' Riley. And then he's going to get fired, hopefully. But if he does well next year, then I'm on his side. I'm still on his side for this. I'm not one of the ones calling for him to be in the hot seat right now. I think he did a good enough job this year. But if we don't at least make the playoff next year, another 8-3 is not going to cut it. Sorry. Though I agree, it would be hard to fire him after another 8-3. We're getting the number 1 recruiting class for 2026 as well. So hopefully we'll win our bowl game and finish up 9-4. If we finish 8-4, that's a much uglier looking record than 9-3. I mean 9-3. Bama may make it as an 8-3 team if they win. Oh, they only have 2 losses. They're not gonna make it as an 8-3 team losing to Georgia. I think Lane Kiffin, look for where the money is, I guess. Understandable enough, even if it's distressing to the fine people at Ole Miss. Understandable. Yeah, I didn't have that lid on right. I hope it's okay. I hope it cooks all right. It was pretty much on, but not quite. I'm gonna wait till this clock here says 7. And then I will put on the broccoli. Start the water again a little before then, so it's boiling all the way. Of course, the cat has to be in the worst possible spot, exactly in the way of where we're walking. This way he can keep track of things, I guess. How many times do we have to step over that cat?
I know.
Maybe like 100 times a day.
He doesn't even flinch.
No, he just knows we're not going to step on him. If Duke wins the ACC, things could get crazy. When is that game coming on?
When was the last time Duke was known for football?
A couple years back, they had a good football team, but that was a new phenomenon. It's within the last 10 years they've had some good teams, probably within the last 5 years even. And prior to that, they always had super shitty teams.
Yeah, I thought that they were only really known for basketball.
Yeah, that used to be the case, but they're starting to put together a bit of a football team.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then the ACC championship is on the same time as the Big Ten championship and the same time as the USC women's college basketball game, which I want to watch. That's going to be a good one because we're going up against undefeated and ranked Washington. Always running leap over him to see if he prefers another sport. Who, Lane Kiffin?
Um, there's um, sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Does the trash come on this
Tomorrow,
Monday?
I mean Monday, yeah.
So,
I'll put it out tomorrow.
okay.
If I typed you as ESFJ, there is no chance you were an INFJ. I can guarantee you that. Okay? There's no possible way for me to mistake an ESFJ for an INFJ. It's impossible. I don't remember your session, but I can tell you that that would be an inconceivable mistake. I could conceivably mistake ESFJ for meow 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 meow, but not for INFJ. If you were an INFJ, I would not touch you ESFJ. Oh, is that intentional grounding? In the end zone? Right. But also, like, if you were to have a typing session with me, my prediction, based on what I know now, and it could be false, would be that you'd say, well, here's an example of the time I behaved in a way that was like an INFJ, and here's another example of a thing that is not like ESFJ, and here's another example of a thing like INFJ, which is exactly what SI Tool would do. I struggle with introduction to read a paper and it's hard. I'd rather do and learn that read than read TE steps. Okay, well, I mean, for ESFJ, TE is 8th. 7 and 8 are not strong spots.
And like your TE, like ESFJs could be prickly about any sort of criticism against their TE. Like I find that A slot is like kind of like a trigger point.
Right, well, it is your defensive slot. One anybody's defensive slot is their 8th slot function. They feel insecure about that one.
Yeah.
And they also don't like interference in that one. So Rachel doesn't like to be given any direction regarding SI. Like she, like something like, well, you better eat something before we go or whatever. She's not necessarily going to take kindly to that. She doesn't want somebody paying attention to her SI at all. Whereas other types are open to that. Like I'm open to somebody keeping track of my SI is fine. Doesn't bother me. But it's it's a conscious weak spot rather than an unconscious weak spot. That's the difference.
But it helps too because you don't expect SI from me. So it's not like I'm like neglecting your SI on purpose. It's like I'm so focused on mine and trying to keep mine in place that like I don't have room.
Right. Neither of us have room to worry about the other person's S's.
No.
We just have, which is why they call Mirage type deactivating, because those areas of weakness we don't judge or expect from each other.
No.
Which makes for a very comfortable and happy relationship.
It does. It really does. But that's why like I'm like trying to think ahead right now about things that are necessary for Monday. I'm going to be like just I'm going to use my FB tool, honestly, like for a lot of that day. Like I'm going to tell the people at the door at the casino, hey, like I'm going to pick up my husband from the dentist right now and he's going to be under sedation. And I'm going to ask for help. I'm going to ask them help with the. I know we're going to go over the shuttle, but I might have like questions, or they might be able to give me more advice. And I know for a fact, like, um, people in hospitality, when they know, like, um, a guest is going to be coming in with like uh special needs. Yeah, they usually help. So and then I'm thinking, okay, I need to get the. That's why I opened up the blender, because we're gonna be using that a lot, and like getting the trash out.
Yeah, well, I'll get the trash out on Sunday before we go. I could even put up a couple trash cans tonight, but I don't want to. I want to minimize the chance of animal intrusion.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's halftime in the SEC championship game, and I think we're gonna stream through dinner here or early lunch. Rachel's really hyper focused on the surgery thing. Well, I think it's on both of our minds. It's
He was like, I'm not good with steps. Like
it'll be easy. We'll write it down on a piece of paper for you, okay? And you just keep that piece of paper and keep track of the things. Hopefully, I'm with it enough to be cooperative and easy to deal with when they release me to you, and I can walk down to the bench on the bus station. So it's only a 14-0 at halftime. Alabama still could come back. Surgery looks like sugary. Yeah, well, I am rather anxious about this upcoming Monday, but um, Winston's mom points out that between uh, when you drop me off and when you come back to pick me up, you could always live stream. I'm gonna leave all my stuff
that's
with you, my
true.
phone, my wallet, all that stuff.
That's true. That might help. It might help even just to sleep. Um, but that's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, you probably will be tired because I don't think we're gonna sleep much Sunday night.
No.
But that's kind of okay too. It's like if I don't get much sleep Sunday night, well, I'm probably gonna get a lot of sleep Monday night. And, um, some point Tuesday morning, we'll have to go home. The other thing is, uh, I really need to call the car repair place, or they might call on Monday. If they don't, I'll need to call them on Tuesday and talk to them early. And I'm gonna have to deal with the car rental on Tuesday as well. The extended is what I'm gonna have to do. So we've got things in the works here that we've got to deal with.
Well, I'll most likely be the person talking to them, which is fine.
Yeah, we'll see how my mouth is.
Yeah, you're gonna be puffy.
Probably. Let's see. What channel is the USC game going to be on? This one would probably be on this after this. I think people's hand movements have anything to do with their functions. Not especially, except in that FE people will probably, pick up more hand movements that are common among people around them. So, like, let's say the stereotype of Italians in Italy is true that they talk with their hands a lot. Well, FE people are more likely to follow suit in that community, and less FE people are less likely to follow suit. But other than that, I don't really think hand movements are indicative of anything, or I've not thought about it before, is a better answer. All right, so I want to know if the game after this.
Back, you played Notre Dame tough, lost that game before beating UNLV. And then you get #1 Purdue to open conference play, and then at third-ranked Michigan, who was just blowing out everyone.
This is going to be the end of the floor. That I think he's going to go back
What
and
is
look
this?
at it.
Yeah.
The inability here to kind of contain the initial dribble drive has put the red jerseys in a lot of scramble situations here in the
All
second.
right. Yeah. It's after Rutgers at Michigan. That's what I'm watching. Okay. Cool. So it's on this channel. Starting at 3 o'clock. I'll probably start at like 3:15. I pick up accents in the places I go to very quickly and unconsciously.
I do that when I listen to a lot of rap. Or you like turn into like a G.
He starts calling Carrot shoddy. What network is this on? Big Ten Network. This is not going to be over in 12 minutes. Okay, well. SHAWTY. Shawty. After I get my dental surgery, I just have to put the broccoli in the blender and just drink blended broccoli. Alright, now we let it sit for 5 minutes. The rice needs about 5 minutes of sitting to dry out a little bit. You ever watched the full typing? You can't sit through them? I'm not sure I've ever watched the full typing either. Hey y'all, welcome back. I'm always out on a hedonistic venture. Good for you, Kay. Good for you.
Speaking of hedonistic, I feel like I want to have some syrup.
Oh yeah, I think I might have a little scissor as well after we eat dinner.
Okay.
I'm hungry, first and foremost. This is almost ready. You want to rush it, but if you do, you regret it because the rice is a little mushy if you rush it. And you just gotta let it sit there for the rest of the 5 minutes. Life is all self-serving, self-pleasure quest anyway while we wait for death. No, Kay, that's the fun kind of life, okay? Remember there are 3 kinds of life: fun, fulfilling, and emotionally rich.
So, are you saying that you should have 1 out of 3 or 2 out of the 3?
Well, that people generally prioritize one style of life out of the 3.
Interesting.
That may change. Like, I think I'm less prioritizing a fun life right now than I have in the past some.
Would you say it's more fulfilling?
It's more emotionally rich. The fulfilling means the fulfilling part is kind of like achieving.
Oh.
So fun, achievement, like INFP.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I'm kind of in my INFP mode right now.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm feeling my feelings. Yeah. This is known as the longest 2 minutes in sports, in contrast to the Kentucky Derby. This 2 minutes is the 2 minutes we have to wait for the rice to be done after it's done cooking. Food and water are the foundation of everything. Even the pyramids? I don't think so. They're made out of rocks and sand.
Oh, Eric, you're so funny.
After we're done eating, before we watch the basketball game, Rachel and I are going to rewatch Christmas in Scotland.
Rewatch it!
Because we enjoyed it so much yesterday. What do you think? Good enough?
I definitely don't want muscat. It's nice having the right amount of K that you provide.
However much K there is, that's exactly the right amount.
Exactly. Well said, thank you.
Okay, the broccoli's nice and done. I'm gonna go a little crazy. Instead of putting the rice down first, I'm gonna put the broccoli down first.
Those look like steamed broccoli.
Mm-hmm. Properly steamed. Okay. Now we can pour this broccoli water into the sink. I'll just rinse out this pot real quick. It was just done for steaming broccoli, so it's pretty much clean.
I'm gonna pretend this works for coffee.
You gonna make coffee?
I made coffee.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, would you like some?
No thanks, I'm drinking beer right now.
Okay.
Alright, now comes the rice.
Applesauce could be another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Eat.
Yeah. Applesauce is a good idea. All right. Got most of the rice out. You're never going to get it all out. Let that soak. You get the soy sauce?
Yep, that's soy sauce.
Alright, cool. Et voila.
How are we gonna get home?
We're coming home on
Thursday?
Tuesday.
We're coming home on Tuesday?
Yeah.
How?
I'll drive us home on Tuesday.
Oh, right. We have the car. We have a car.
Yeah, we have the rental
Oh
car.
my god. I'm so sorry.
Suspicion was right, no protein. In this instance, because it's like cooking these two things and a piece of steak at the same time is, the pots are too big. I can't really fit the pan on the stovetop. So accordingly, when I make broccoli and rice, I don't make a protein as well. What?
I took a sip of hotness and it went down.
You are a sip of hotness.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. This is a properly steamed broccoli.
Oh, wonderful.
I declare this broccoli steamed just the right amount.
How many minutes?
7.
Perfect. We got the magic number.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Gil, for that.
See, I don't feel like I need protein. I try to get protein in like nuts and stuff. And like I get very constipated, and having too much meat doesn't have that help with that. It makes me feel heavier.
It's quite delicious.
It's very delicious. Thank you so much. It's broccoli. You're right. It's just right. Well, a lot of vegans get their proteins from like peanut butter. Obviously, you probably don't like soy. Ew.
I don't know what kind of confusion disorder you have, but I'm not your grandfather. Wait till this game's over for the USC game to come on. We'll be wrapping this up pretty soon. But I want to wait for the USC game to come on and eat my dinner here. I always feel virtuous when I cook something rather than just heat something up.
That's good. I don't really have that. I don't know why. I think I'm afraid more of the criticism and actually trying than the reward. I feel bad.
Don't feel bad. I just tend to feel like more of a real meal when I cook something.
Well, it is. It is more of a meal. It's a real meal, and you're getting good portions. I used to bake with my mom. I'm gonna bake cookies for the mailman, the garbage man, and if he comes at some point, the guy who delivers my
Our packages, yeah.
yeah. But I'm gonna be using one of those like pre-cut easy bake cookies, like that have the sugar cookies.
What we're eating, Holly, is broccoli and rice. I put soy sauce on mine. I think Rachel put teriyaki sauce on hers.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Kay. My parents always gave money to the neighborhood people. So like I understand how it feels to be left out of like the holidays, so I want to give thanks somehow.
I think we're doing a great job this year of celebrating the holidays.
Mm-hmm, you really have.
We did Thanksgiving. We had a turkey.
Mm-hmm.
We had the whole 9 yards. Turkey stuffing, potatoes.
Yep.
Then
Cranberry sauce.
we did Friendsgiving.
Yep.
Before that, we gave out candy on Halloween.
Yep. We've been doing all the holidays, I guess.
Mm-hmm. We got our tree up, like right at December 1st.
Yep.
And the lights.
Yep.
We've watched multiple Christmas movies already.
Mm-hmm. We got an ornament.
Yeah, we got an ornament at a Christmas fair yesterday. Very well priced at $5.
That's true, Kay.
Mm. Well, you know what they say, Kay. Have a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, a tip-top tet, and a solemn and respectful Ramadan. That's a quote from The Simpsons. Krusty the Clown says, "Have a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, a tip-top tet, a Quasi Kwanzaa, and a solemn and respectful Ramadan."
Really good. Covers all of them.
That's good writing, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably just gonna get a desk table tree and put some lights on it. You always feel like your efforts are subpar.
But isn't it just whatever you have to make you happy? Like, maybe you don't need that much. Some people go all out because they just love Christmas. Like,
Well, we've got a lady down the street. She puts up Halloween decorations, then Thanksgiving decorations,
yep.
and then Christmas decorations.
Yeah, and she also, I'm guaranteeing you, Valentine's Day is next.
It wouldn't shock me if she does New Year's decorations.
Oh, she definitely does.
Between Christmas
right.
and New Year's.
You're right, I forgot about New Year's.
Yeah, that lady decorates
Like
for
every
holiday.
Yeah.
On Arbor Day, she's got trees up there probably. On Christopher Columbus Day, she's probably got a big statue of Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, she does. And she's some sort of SFJ because she has 2 little kids and she's always like kind of like it's not manic, but there's like a always got to be doing something.
Yeah.
Like that moms have.
Yeah, she's SFJ in her ass off.
Mhm.
She calls herself a single married housewife or something because her husband works in the Bay Area and is gone all week. Yeah, I think good on her. If anything, I'm envious of that stuff, right? Like, that kind of stuff is SI stuff, SI satisfying stuff that I just have a limited payoff for that kind of stuff, you know?
Don't you think what we've done is good enough?
Oh yeah, sure. But the thing is, you know, it's a nice simple way of having a fulfilling life to have little kids and do a bunch of holidays and have a bunch of things.
Yeah.
And you have clarity about what's important to you and what you enjoy doing and stuff. And I envy that to a certain extent. Like, not that I want to have her life, but just that you know, she knows what's important to her and does it all the time.
She knows what's important to, I think, her family, though, more than even just her.
Right. Yeah.
You know, holidays are important to her, but she has kids, so she it's like a thing. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, a good way to put it, Kay, is I envy the simplicity of her joys. Right. That's a good way to put it.
That's
one way to put it.
That's it. But it's not simple, though. Because
however complicated the decorations are, or however much work it is, it's simple in the sense that it doesn't require any thought, ideation, intuition.
No, it's the same thing every year.
Yeah.
She has the same blow up things, which are easier, but that's a lot of work.
Well, no, it is a lot of work, but she finds it satisfying and fulfilling in a way that I envy because it's a simple joy. You know?
Yes, I know, but we'll have that too.
We do have it. We have been having a great Christmas satisfaction, but it is in part as a palliative to our anxiety and stuff like that, you know.
I know.
Which is nice. It's great to have that. Yeah, it's manual,
It-
straightforward work.
but
right.
it's so like in my mind, it's so not straightforward because she's balancing. She has to have the kids occupied while she's
At
putting
this,
up these decorations.
at this point, they probably both at least spent some time in school, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, they probably.
Maybe at least
The
preschool.
oldest one, yeah, for sure.
Okay,
I don't
Mr.
remember how
Kenny.
old.
Yes, you're so happy sitting right where I don't want you, right
Yeah,
by my feet.
she gets like she was explaining to us how they had to do all this work on their property to get this play set for the kids up, and that it took a lot of time and money and effort, and that her kids have grown out the play set.
Uh-huh.
So like it's enjoyable, I think, for her.
That's kind of SI tool, though, right? What I'm currently experiencing will continue forever.
Yeah.
So the USC game is not playing yet because the Rutgers Michigan game is still on, even though Michigan is up by 38 points. Michigan is up by 38 points with 2 minutes left in the second half, but we have to watch the end of this game rather than the beginning of the USC game. Well, that's fine. Yes, I am. Would you like to join me? I'm going to get a beverage to take with me as well.
You wanna come with me, Daddy? You're not gonna want some rice. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Come on. Go this way.
But yeah, this Christmas tree has done, I think, both of our mental health a lot of good.
It really
Christmas
has.
lights and stuff.
Yeah.
I know Rachel really felt like a sense of loss last year when we didn't do anything for Christmas. I don't think she anticipated it bothering her, but
No.
it did.
No, because you know, there were years where I was like kind of a Scrooge on Christmas, like, again, like it's so stressful. I have to get presents and I don't know what to get, and you know, I have to, you know, just like it's very busy. So I would get swept up in kind of that stuff and then forget about the joy of Christmas, like what it's really about. And I thought, you know, Eric is really working hard on the other house. I'm tired and sick and he's tired. Like let's just
That's
not
just
do anything.
Yeah.
But I actually really missed it. I was more affected than I thought I would be because I guess I care about it. I guess I am a Christmas person. You know, even if it's in small ways. Just having the tree.
The season invariably makes you think of family traditions. Christmas is past, you know.
It's warm.
And if you don't create for us, if we don't create a Christmassy kind of environment in here, then it just feels like stark loss rather than the beginning of our own Christmas traditions, which I feel like we're beginning and enjoying, you know. There's a lot of Christmas movies out there, surprising number of them.
Yeah. And we found some that I wouldn't mind rewatching. Like I would totally rewatch Christmas with the Cranks. That was so satisfying.
Yeah.
Although, you know, it won't have the same emotional.
It was good.
Yeah.
Probably by next year I won't remember it that well, you know.
That's true.
It was super good. That was one Carrot suggested.
Mm-hmm.
It just based because of the title, I thought
Same.
that sounds dumb. I don't think I want to see that. But you know, Tim Allen, he's a bit of a Christmas movie fixture. He's also in the Santa Clauses.
Yeah, which I also recommend the Santa Claus too.
And I don't know, there were parts of the couple that like sort of like reminded me of your parents,
Which couple?
the Cranks.
Oh yeah.
Like your mom would be more like skip Christmas.
Yeah. My dad would be like, "Look, we can save this much
Yeah.
money."
Yeah.
So my dad never bucked the Christmas traditions at all. He didn't exactly initiate them. It was kind of my mom's business, but he facilitated where she told me to facilitate. You know.
That's good. I mean, the movie really sets you up though for that kind of situation. Oh, let's just go on a vacation for Christmas because their child is in the Peace Corps and not going to be home for Christmas.
Right.
So why, let's
Kind of a way of avoiding empty nestiness.
Mhm. Thanks, Carlos. I think you're talking about me.
Throughout the heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Good job, Kay. Good job. You enjoy that status while it lasts. Okay. Well, we're going back in. When we do, I think it's about time to end this live stream.
Sure.
I want to watch some. We're going to have some scissors and watch some TV. Oh, Carlos was talking about Kay.
Oh.
Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. I've had a lovely time.
Me too.
I appreciate your presence and willingness to be here and so forth. So, see you next time on Talking with Famous People.